los distinguidos participantes y panelistas. Es un honor darles la bienvenida al tercer día de las Jornadas Científicas Inria Chile 2023. Este evento ha sido organizado por Inria Chile en colaboración con la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, la Universidad Católica, la Universidad de Chile y la Universidad de Concepción, y con el apoyo de la Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo, ANID. El primer día nos reunimos en la Universidad Católica, ayer estuvimos en la Universidad de Chile y hoy comenzamos esta tercera jornada aquí en la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María y mañana estaremos en nuestra cuarta y última jornada en la Universidad de Concepción. Estos 4 días han sido una oportunidad única para compartir conocimientos, explorar colaboraciones y destacar avances significativos en el ámbito de las ciencias digitales. Les informamos que el idioma oficial del evento será el inglés, por lo que continuaremos en dicho idioma. Good morning to all distinguished participants and panelists. It's an honor to welcome you to the third day of the scientific session Inria Chile 2023. This event has been organized by Inria Chile in collaboration with Universidad de Chile, Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, Universidad de Concepción, with the support of Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo. The first day we gathered at Universidad Católica, yesterday we were at Universidad de Chile, today we begin this third session here at the Universidad Federico Santa María, and tomorrow, Thursday, we will have our fourth and final session at the Universidad de Concepción. These 4 days provide a unique opportunity to share knowledge, explore collaborations, and highlight significant advances in the field of digital sciences. Now, it's my honor to introduce the welcome words of Mr. Andrés Fuentes, Academic Vice President of Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María.
Bon, bonjour tout le monde, mais malheureusement la langue c'est l'anglais, mais je ne savais pas. Mais je comprends bien qu'il soit l'anglais dans des journées scientifiques. Mais bon, vous êtes au Chili, donc la langue ici au Chili c'est l'espagnol, donc je vais parler en espagnol, ok? Bueno, buenos días a todas y todos, estimada vicerrectora de Investigación e Innovación de la Universidad del Paraíso, señora Soledad Torres, estimada CEO, directora de Inria Chile, Nayat Sánchez Pi, estimados colegas, estudiantes seguramente, madame, monsieur. Honestamente estoy muy contento hoy día de poder darle la más cordial bienvenida a la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María y agradecer por la invitación a participar en este magno evento. Como institución que tiene una reconocida vocación científica tecnológica, nos complace recibir una de las jornadas científicas del Institut National de Recherche en Informatique et Automatique, INRIA, que durante estos últimos días ha acercado a la comunidad los avances en distintas áreas como la inteligencia artificial, ciencia de datos, Internet de las cosas y ciberseguridad, entre otros. En este sentido, quiero destacar el compromiso compartido entre nuestra Casa de Estudios e INRIA Chile, de promover la investigación, innovación y generación de conocimiento en el ámbito de las ciencias digitales, de que estos procesos se fortalecen y avancen como nunca antes. Sé que también compartimos el entendimiento de que para lograr estos avances significativos, es fundamental que colaboremos entre instituciones, no solo en materia científico-tecnológica, sino también en la organización de instancias como esta, que ponen en valor lo que ya se está haciendo, los pasos que damos hacia un futuro en donde la ciencia y la innovación son protagonistas del desarrollo económico y social de nuestro país. Para nosotros es fundamental avanzar en esta materia porque así contribuimos a confirmar el compromiso y la misión legada por nuestro fundador, don Federico Santa María Carrera, de formar personas integral y profesionalmente en un ecosistema que fomente la creación y difusión de conocimientos, innovación, emprendimientos, transferencia tecnológica e impactos positivos y reales que contribuyen a la solución de problemas relevantes y complejos desde una perspectiva científico-tecnológica, que también aporten al desarrollo sostenible de la sociedad y el país. Es por ello que nos alegra haber sido parte de 40 proyectos conjuntos y haber tenido 12 equipos asociados con Inria, cuyas colaboraciones han beneficiado a 35 estudiantes. A ello se suma un acuerdo que permite a 5 estudiantes por año realizar una pasantía de investigación en Francia, además de los programas de movilidad específicos con Inria, que han facilitado el intercambio de conocimiento entre investigadores y estudiantes. Como señalé anteriormente, durante estos últimos días, estas Journées Scientifiques han abordado temas centrales para el futuro, como la inteligencia artificial y la ciencia de datos, los que presentan desafíos que compartimos y que están presentes en los estudios e intereses de profesores e investigadores de diferentes departamentos de nuestra institución. En unos minutos, por ejemplo, aprenderemos con algunos de ellos sobre Deep Learning y sus aplicaciones en física de datos, sobre Machine Learning y en el mundo de la ciencia y la planificación de estrategias para arquitecturas inteligentes. Mirando hacia el futuro, tenemos claros que hoy, en el presente, están las oportunidades de colaboración y participación activa que nos abrirán la puerta para ir mucho más lejos en el área de las ciencias digitales. Esta segunda edición de estas Journées Scientifiques son una prueba de ello y espero que sean para muchos de ustedes un punto de partida que los inspire a generar nuevas investigaciones, innovaciones y, por qué no, emprendimientos que impacten la industria y la sociedad en Chile, en Francia y en todo el mundo. Agradezco nuevamente a Inria por su gran colaboración y les deseo a todas y todos ustedes unas excelentes jornadas muy productivas y enriquecedoras. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Andres Fuentes, for sharing your insights and vision with us today. Now, I leave you with Soledad Torres, Vice President for Research and Innovation at Universidad de Valparaíso. We warmly invite her to share a few words with us.
Bonjour, hello, buenos días. Al igual que el vicerrector académico, mi idioma oficial es español, así que continuaré así. Buenos días a todos y todas. Directora de Inria Chile, Nayat Sánchez, vicerrector académico, que nos acoge en esta linda institución de la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, Andrés Fuentes, a todas las autoridades que están presentes, investigadores, académicos, colegas, estudiantes de las distintas universidades de la región, porque veo aquí varios que son de distintas casas de estudio. Primero que todo quisiera agradecer la invitación y felicitar al Inria por este evento. Creo que nos hace falta congregarnos en torno a distintas dinámicas y a distintas investigaciones que estamos haciendo, inteligencia artificial, machine learning, con el propósito de mejorar la vida de las personas. Finalmente nosotros hacemos investigación, hacemos ciencia para poder aportar y poder mejorar tanto la economía, pero la vida, la sociedad de todos nosotros. Estas jornadas comenzaron este lunes en Santiago y culminarán este jueves en la región del Biobío. Y representan la importancia que tienen estos encuentros en todo nuestro país. Y esperamos que puedan seguir creciendo a lo largo de Chile. Y por supuesto estos encuentros nos instan hacia una mayor colaboración y poner de manifiesto la investigación que se hace desde las regiones. Es importante destacar el despliegue del equipo para generar espacios como estos en ambas regiones, Biobío y Valparaíso, donde podemos visibilizar todos los lineamientos en investigación en ciencias digitales. Desde la investigación básica, que nunca debemos olvidar, hasta la innovación tecnológica y principalmente las capacidades que distintos equipos colaboramos y ofrecemos con el objetivo de contribuir a la sociedad. La colaboración de Inria no es algo nuevo, ya lo mencionaba el vicerrector de la Santa María. Desde su llegada al 2012 han sido varias las instancias de colaboración entre las universidades chilenas. Y con la Universidad de Valparaíso también hemos tenido colaboraciones con Inria desde que se instaló en nuestro país. Fuimos parte del comité CIRIC. Acá está Rolando, que nos recordamos cómo fueron esos tiempos para poder avanzar y poder aportar desde nuestras universidades en la instalación de Inria en Chile. Pero nuestra relación institucional no comenzó ese año, sino que lleva más, y nos recordábamos que llevamos más de 3 décadas ya con la Universidad de Valparaíso, porque hemos sido parte de equipos asociados. Yo creo que fuimos los primeros, si no me equivoco, está Rolando, fuimos los primeros en presentar los primeros proyectos en ex-CONICIT de vinculación con Inria Francia. Eso hacia el 2008. Perdón, 2001, 2002. 2002. Aún nos queda en memoria. Así como también hemos recibido postdoctorantes desde Inria, con proyectos que se han adjudicado acá en Chile. Hemos enviado a nuestros estudiantes a Inria a hacer pasantías, lo cual ha enriquecido el quehacer universitario y le ha dado el gusto a nuestros estudiantes para seguir haciendo estudios de posgrado. Hemos tenido colaboraciones exitosas con Inria Chile. No voy a sumar el número de artículos, el número de proyectos, porque está empapado en toda nuestra comunidad de investigación, en nuestra comunidad científica, el aporte que hemos hecho mutuamente como universidad e Inria. Hoy contamos con una jornada que tiene gran participación de la Universidad de Valparaíso, que hay varios colegas que han sido también parte de equipos asociados de proyectos de investigación junto a Inria. Y donde tendremos investigadores e investigadoras en diversas áreas del conocimiento, quienes expondrán y conversarán sobre inteligencia artificial, modelamiento, avances de la computación, los desafíos y oportunidades que podemos tener aquí en la región de Valparaíso. Sin duda son temáticas desafiantes para el país y esperamos que culminen con colaboraciones conjuntas entre todas nuestras universidades de la región y por supuesto Inria. Sin más que agregar, deseo que esta jornada sea muy buena para todos y todas y les deseo éxito en lo que viene.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, let's express our sincere gratitude to Soledad Torres for her words. Muchas, muchas gracias. Now, I will hand over the floor to Najat Sanchez-P, Director of Inria. To Cecile Vigouroux, our Director of International Relations at Inria.
Okay, so first of all, I'm sorry, but I don't speak Spanish at all. So I'm going to stay in English, but I will learn soon. So first of all, I want to thank the organizing committee for organizing a day here in Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria, and to be able to have one day dedicated to meetings between Inria researchers, around I think it's 7 or 8 that we have today in the room, that will be very happy to meet with distinguished researchers from your university, but also from Universidad de Valparaíso that are here today. And as Soledad Torres mentioned, there have already been a lot of collaboration ongoing with Universidad de Valparaíso, but we really want to build more collaboration. And with Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria, as Andrés Fuentes mentioned, we have a long-lasting collaboration. We have exchange of students, 5 students coming from your university to Inria each year, and we really want to have this collaboration growing. So I'm just going to say a few words about Inria, because maybe there are some of you that know Inria for general topics, but just a few pointers, so to speak. so to speak. So Inria is the French National Center of Research dedicated to digital science and technology. We have 9 Inria research centers all over France. And very often when I'm abroad, I'm meeting with researchers that discover that they are already working with Inria researchers, more or less without knowing it. And this is mainly due to the fact that at Inria, we don't have departments or laboratories, but we have project teams. And in these project teams, you will find researchers from Inria, but you will also find researchers from universities or from other research institutes. So I think it will be a very good opportunity, and this is one of the important parts for me for Inria Chile, to go through Inria Chile to really to be able to identify future collaboration between your research groups and Inria project team, because I'm sure there are a lot of opportunities that already exist and we have to build on it. So at Inria, we are of course working on with the research, with the motto Excellence of Research, but we have also another important mission dedicated to transfer and innovation from the very beginning and from the creation of Inria. So this is also a topic that we wish to develop with our Chilean partners through Inria Chile, because Inria Chile is also carrying out these two visions, excellence in research on one hand and transfer and innovation on the other hand. And something that may be also less known, Inria is playing an important part in public policy in France, in supporting public policy, and Inria Chile is having exactly the same goal and the same role in Chile, and we are really looking forward developing also this aspect of the relation between France and Chile through our collaboration with Inria Chile. And I think I will stop here, so I will wish you a very fruitful day here. I'm very delighted to be here, and feel free to discuss and to go through Inria Chile for more collaboration. Muchas gracias.
Merci, Cécile. Thank you very, very much for your words. Now, I will invite the director of Inria Chile, Nayat Sanchez-Fi.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'm sorry, I will do my speech in English, mainly because the half of the audience is connected via streaming, and we want to get to everybody. So, Mr. Andrés Fuentes, Vice President, Academic Vice President of the Universidad Federico Santa María. Ms. Soledad Torres, Vice President for Research for the Universidad Valparaíso. Cecily Gogo, Director of International Relations at Inria, researcher, academic partners, colleagues, friends. I'm delighted to welcome you to the third day of the Inria Chile Scientific Days 2023, which for the first time is in person, and for the first time is also itinerant. Our scientific caravan with India researchers that travel especially for this occasion stopped today in Valparaíso region after 2 days in the metropolitan region, and tomorrow will be in the Bio region. For us, as you may imagine, has been an organizational challenge, but we are convinced that it's essential to be able to connect and to be able to partner an open path and generate new synergies with all of you. So the third day of the Journées Scientifiques in Chile is hosted in the prestigious Universidad Federico Santa María. It is an honor to be here in Valparaíso, also a city renowned for its vibrant culture and rich history, as we continue our exploration and transformation of the power of the digital sciences and strengthening the Franco-Chilean partnership. Today's gathering marks a significant milestone in our shared journey of scientific advancement and innovation. The Valparaíso region holds a special place for Inria Chile, as it represents a hub for technological excellence and a cornerstone of our long-standing collaboration with Chilean institutions. Since the establishment of Inria in Chile in 2012, our ties with the region have flourished, leading to groundbreaking research initiative and the cultivation of the thriving community of digital scientists. The Universidad Federico Santa María, Universidad Valparaíso, and the Pontificia Universidad Católica Valparaíso have played a pivotal role in this endeavor, constantly demonstrating its commitment and to fostering scientific excellence, nurturing, and culture of innovation. Inria, Chile, and the universities in Valparaiso have a long tradition of collaboration, and we hope that this event will be the occasion to reinforce and energize these collaborations even more, as well as to open new opportunities. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the scientific committee members of the Journées Scientifiques Inria Chile 2023, and especially for the members from Valparaiso for their dedication, expertise, and unwavering support in shaping the exceptional program that we have today before us. Your contributions have been instrumental in bringing together a diverse range of perspectives and fostering meaningful connections between researchers from Chile and especially from Valparaiso and friends. Yesterday, the second day of our Journées Scientifiques discussion brought forth wealth of insights and groundbreaking ideas, particularly in the area of representation learning, model-based sensing, event-based vision, precision agriculture, and even astronomy. And also with talks on time series models, gradual proof assistance, space terrestrial integrated IoT, energy and water management systems, and a fascinating account of a total solar eclipse. Today's program promises to be equally stimulating, with a focus on the intersection of AI and modeling, as well as the further advancements in computer. I encourage all of you to actively engage in these stimulating sessions through provoking keynotes and insightful debates, and your participation and contributions are the driving force behind the success of these scientific days. In closing, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organization team of Inria Chile, has done a great job, and also to the local team of the Universidad Federico Santa Maria that hosts us today for the hard work in the organization and also the logistics. I hope that you can make the most of the Inria French-Chilean network of researchers, a platform that we built 11 years ago, but we launched formally last year, for fostering collaborations, advanced knowledge, and shaping the future of digital sciences between Chile and France. May this day fulfill with fruitful discussions, inspiring discoveries, and the strengthening of our Franco-Chilean scientific ties in digital sciences through Inria and with Valparaiso. Thank you, and let the third day of the Inria Scientific Days 2023 commence.
Our sincere appreciation, Nayat Sanchez P., for your continued leadership and dedication to fostering a vibrant research community. Inria Chile contributions under your guidance have been remarkable, and we look forward to continued success. Now, let's proceed to the scientific session 3.1, Artificial Intelligence and Modeling, chaired by Rolando Rebolledo, Professor of Universidad Valparaíso.
Well, good morning to all of our colleagues here in the room. It's an honor for me to start with this first session. And just an anecdote, thinking about what has been said by Soledad. Well, indeed, there are two dates to remember. The first is 1994. At that time, we invited Denita Le from Inria to give lectures in our winter school in probability theory, which was organized at the Catholic University in Santiago. And before that date, when I was professor in France, we always had contacts with Inria from Orsay, with the, Rocancourt or Sofia Antipolis. But later on, so we started working with a group of colleagues in Chile to establish this antenna the Inria antenna, it took time indeed to have this CIRIC project, and the Inria antenna established during this century in 2012 finally. And by the way, the first director, have met the first director when he was a student like me at the University of Paris. We were both of us preparing at that time the doctorat d'etat, and so we were friends, and so I discovered here, well, we worked together to get Inria installed in Chile, finally. Well, so Claude Puech, my friend Claude Puech. Well, so now it's time to start to speak seriously about science and not anecdote. And so it's it's a pleasure for me to introduce my colleague from the University of Valparaiso, Steren Chabert. Steren, well, I have to read here. This is an impressive list of accomplishments by Steren. Steren Chabert's undergraduate education is in biomedical engineering. Well, after a PhD with Denis Le Bihan at CEA France, her focus was set in methodological development in magnetic resonance imaging, specifically in diffusion and functional MRI. In Universidad Valparaíso, she has worked in collaboration with the local public hospital, Hospital Van Buren. She is a member of the Millennium Institute for Intelligent Healthcare Engineering Health. She is also head of the CERTMET UV. CERTMET, that's the right name or not? Yeah. The CERTMET UV laboratory focused on medical device inspection and safety. So, Steren will speak now about hemodynamic response function and functional MRI reliability in patients with glioma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolando, for the kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation. And hopefully you'll be interested in this topic as a serious talk for the beginning of the day. My point is the following. I guess most of you, or all of you, know the functional MRI, which is a powerful tool to look for the functioning of the brain. So this tool can give you this kind of images where you represent which cortical area are activated related to a specific function, like imagining playing tennis or moving in your house in healthy subject, in locked-in patient that is unable to speak. So we can see that this person is actually conscious, even though this person cannot speak. So this is fMRI. And what is necessary to understand is that the signal that allows us to make these maps, activation map, is the signal that depends on the level of oxygen in the blood, which is called the BOLD signal. And this signal comes from the fact that in the veins, you can have hemoglobin with and without oxygen, and the magnetic properties of oxyhemoglobin or deoxyhemoglobin are not the same. So this is the basis for the signal. And the level of oxy or deoxyhemoglobin changes because when the neurons are activated, they are consuming more energy, they need more energy. So there is a cascade of events that makes an increase, that induces an increase in the local cerebral blood flow, and this level of oxy and deoxyhemoglobin changes. And the interesting thing about the BOLD signal is that it reflects the metabolism of a complex network that englobes neurons, blood vessels and glial cells and different actors in between. And this integration of the different actors is referred to neurovascular coupling and neurovascular uncoupling in case of pathological processes in between. So the signal that we need to make the fMRI maps are bold signal. And the other thing that we need to remember is that to analyze the images, the most common process is based on the a priori knowledge of the impulse response, which is called hemodynamic response function due to the blood and the time variation. So this HRF, hemodynamic response function, has been studied and described in healthy subjects. So we knew a priori this function. So with this a priori knowledge, we'll modelize our signal with a stimulus function, meaning when do we apply the stimulus to the patient, to the subject, meaning do a motion with your hand or read a word or any kind of stimulus. And we'll look for this signal, this relative signal being the convolution of the HRF by time function plus noise. And this is what we will analyze, I'm repeating myself, based on the knowledge of this a priori HRF function described in healthy subjects. So now coming to the point, why do we use fMRI? So there are lots of studies in cognitive sciences, which are very interesting. But the thing is that here our point is to use the map for pre-surgical mapping, because when we have patients with obvious problem like that, the surgeons need to resect this tumor. The thing is that if you resect too much cortical areas, you might affect language function, motor functions. So you need to know where in this specific person are these functions mapped so that you don't damage them. So the specific type of tumor that are interested are gliomas, because these are infiltrative and diffusive growing lesions, and they are frequently involved close to eloquent regions. Eloquence meaning control for language, control for motor. And when you have a tumor, things are not normal because astrocytes are dissociated with a vasculature or different thing. So actually many surgeons, many physicians doubt the reliability of the conventional fMRI mapping, which is based on a healthy HRF. So actually there are not many surgeons who do fMRI before surgery. They mainly rely on normal atlas because they don't believe in fMRI mapping. So that was part of our discussion, because actually when you look at the literature, there is a wide range of information, sensitivity going from 20 to almost 90%, specificity very wide. So the literature is not converging to something. But when you look at the details of the literature, actually the fMRI reliability study usually include few patients and different kind of tumors or different kind of pathologies. So we wanted to assess here how reliable is the fMRI mapping in patients with glioma and in our population, and I'll come to that point. And we'll assess that in contrast to what is considered as gold standard, which is functional mapping during awake surgery. And not only looking at the map, but observing the shape of the HRF in our patient with glioma. So why in our population? Because we work in a public hospital. Public hospital have different attend, especially person from the lower economical level. And when you look at the level of analphabetism or the part of the population who did not finish high school, my understanding is that we are not in a typical population similar to what is published in language fMRI studies in North America, in Paris or whatever. So that we also had a question about how that all these language fMRI protocols work here. So we work at our local public hospital, which is Hospital Carlos Van Buren, with a patient with glioma, candidate for neurosurgery with awake craniotomy, meaning that the patient are fully awake during the surgery. These results include 57 patients with average age, not old, not young. Half of them women, close to 2/3 of glioma in left hemisphere, close to 2/3 of glioma or low grade. Our images are required on 1.5 Tesla, very conventional protocol for fMRI. For the stimulus, we used motor stimulus in hands, feet, or tongue, and we use 3 types of language stimulus, which is image naming, which is typical test, the Boston test, reading of words versus pseudo words, and the generation of a verb when you present a noun. The decision of which stimulus to apply, whether motor, which kind of motor, or language, was decided by the surgeon, analyzing the localization of the tumor in the patient. And this is the kind of maps that we are getting. So this is a functional MRI map represented 3D. And this is functional maps obtained during surgery. So the challenge is to compare the two information. And just to remind all of you, in case this is not known by everybody, the functional mapping during the surgery is done applying a direct electrical stimulation, meaning that you will test different points by applying electrodes and apply a current, while you ask the patient to do something. For instance, move your arm. And if you stimulate this part and you see that the patient cannot move his arm or her arm, then this point will be the the location controlling motor function. So, well, by these two different processes, what we decided to do to compare these two maps was actually to have an interpretation of this information on the human connectome project parcellation, which are finer parcellation that most of the atlas proposed. And the idea of expressing these two maps on this parcellation is that we could maintain information with meaning, anatomical meaning. So this is our common areas. Our results are the following. In the motor mapping, we mainly find activation in the precentral gyrus, but actually a few in the postcentral by the impact of the presence of the tumor. The sensitivity was very high, well, 100%, in all our cases, and very interestingly, the negative predictive value was very high as well. So we can say that in motor function, which is a low cognitive level function, we really have a good performance to detect functional area in patients with glioma. And when we go to language function, the thing is more complex. For one part, because there are lots of areas involved in a network that is cognitively complex. And what I wanted to emphasize here, hopefully you can see that in this example of this area, these are the percentage of detection of this area using the pseudo-word stimulus, image naming stimulus, and verb generation. And this percentage ranges from 82% to 35%. So different fMRI stimuli present different performances to detect clusters of the language network. I guess all the phonoaudiologists would say to you, this is obvious, because language, we say only language, but it has different sub-functions. So if you look at syntaxis, semantic, or different parts of the language, you will have different mapping in your brain. So that might be obvious, but when you look at most of the literature to validate fMRI in language study, most of them only use one stimulus and conclude fMRI is not valid because you don't have the same map than in your awake surgery. So our conclusion is that we should not use just one stimuli for language, but the union of these 3 stimuli that we define. And we still have relatively high sensitivity, close to 90%, and still have high negative predictive value. which actually was the most important point for our colleague surgeon, because this indicates that if you don't have an activated area in your functional map, then it's quite safe to take it out during the surgery. Yet, the specificity is not good. We have much more activated areas in fMRI than in surgical mapping. And our understanding is that we cannot validate comparing these two types of mapping, even though it is considered that awake surgery is the gold standard. But in awake surgery, you will find only the indispensable regions. I mean, the areas in the brain that without which you cannot function for your language. While in fMRI, you recruit all that is activated, but you don't know which one is the indispensable hub. So it's kind of difficult to say that it's validated or not validated, because the way we produce the map is different. But on the level of questioning if it's validated or not, the thing is that if fMRI is not valid, it's because there is pathological process that invalidate actually the HRF that we are using to produce this map. So the question is, do glioma pathological processes impact the HRF and therefore impact fMRI mapping reliability? So we analyzed HRF in patients with glioma with conventional preprocessing. We detected the activated cluster using a fuzzy general linear model. Why fuzzy? Because we will be more inclusive to detect the activated clusters that way. Then we use a double gamma function, which is very commonly used model for the HRF, and describe this HRF with time to peak, width of the response, description of the undershoot, and maximum activated magnitude. And then we analyzed this HRF with a linear mixed model effect, considering tumor grading, tumor location, activated cluster location, age, sex, and stimulus type. And emphasizing the main points, these are the different HRF characteristics. And what I emphasize in yellow is that there is no significant difference in the frontal, temporal, and parietal lobes, which are the lobes that we observe in our motor and language areas. And when there is a tumor, there is actually significant differences in our HRF due to the presence of the tumor. So the time to peak and the onset are shorter when there is a tumor. And where the tumor is a high grade versus low grade, we actually also see that the width of the HRF is shorter. But these are significant differences, but the magnitude of these differences are quite small, 5% at most. Of course, there are some limitations. We are using block design and not event-related design, which are shown to be more robust for HRF approximation. We are working at low field, 1.5, not 3 Tesla, neither 7 Tesla. And our analysis is based on expert revision because we wanted to stick to the anatomical meaning of the maps. Yet our analysis with the HCB parcellation show high sensibility, but above all, high negative predictive value in all of motor or language functions. And the description of the HRF show that there is indeed an impact on this. Probably the presence of the tumor impact all these neurovascular coupling or uncoupling. So we can see by the acceleration of the onset and time to peak and the narrower width that we are observing, probably in relation to the hypoxia that we can see in a high-grade glioma. But these variations are small, and we think that the fMRI mapping technique is reliable in patients with glioma. And as I frequently say to my students, if I would be a patient with glioma, I would really like the surgeon to make an fMRI mapping for me before opening my brain, rather than go blind, relying only on atlas. So there's still a question of what is gold standard, how can you validate your methods, but it does provide additional information, and really the cost is just do an MR scanner for 15 minutes. It's not that complicated. An fMRI mapping can be successfully implemented in a public hospital in region in Chile, which is not that common here. And if we can do it here in the public hospital in Valparaiso, I think we can do it everywhere, and the information actually is a gain. So I'd like to thank all my colleagues and students, the projects that funded all this research. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Steren. We have time for some few questions, say one or two. Yes, please, Patricio.
Yes. Basic questions scare me.
Thank you. Yeah, no, the question is very basic. So why does the mapping has to be done with the functional criteria rather than a structural criteria? Is there something you cannot see with a structural MRI?
Because it's not the same question. I mean, you have the structural information as well, so you see where the glioma is, but there are different options. I mean, the functional mapping could stay where it should have been in a healthy subject, meaning within the tumor, or it can be pushed away by the tumor, or actually this person can be different and can have a different mapping where the language is not rather on the left side but on the right side, so you don't know it. By structural imaging, you cannot see it.
But ultimately, you have to remove the glioma. So if the structural information tells you the glioma is there, you have to remove that portion no matter what. Or I mean, am I missing something?
You have to remove the tumor, but there's different question on the first one. From where do you remove it? From anterior part, from the posterior part? What will you damage? Will you remove 100% of it, 50% of it? Until which side are you happy with the remotion? So these are the questions. That's why you need the information for this patient.
Thank you.
Yes. When you spoke about the language fMRI, right? You talked about some subtasks. How did you decide that those three subtasks were the important ones to consider on the actual map?
That's a good question. Actually, we talked a lot about which kind of task to do, and we looked at different tasks. Actually, we began with a fully auditory task, but because these one are visual tasks and actually reading task. And it was from 2 points of view. These tasks usually work well with most of the patient, because auditory tasks, for instance, give very low level of activation. And the other thing is that they are one of the most common stimuli used in literature. So we didn't want to be that original, and we based our decision on what has been published.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker.
Before we follow to the next speaker, I know that we have some questions through the chat in the people that is following online. So I'm going to ask our technical team if they can let us know, maybe send me my phone, to know about these questions. So Roberto, I'm going to introduce you to Roberto. Is that mysterious person there through the glass? So he's, maybe Roberto, can you tell us the questions? I'm here, looking if you can. Hello? Yes. Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we have a question from Alexis Dañino.
Okay.
And the question is, it is possible to detect gliomas in subcortical areas that affect emotional aspects of language?
I haven't seen it, but my understanding is that you should be able to, because I know that there are functional MRI mapping working with emotions. I don't remember which kind of stimulus they use, but they work on it. So why not apply it to glioma? I haven't seen it. We should get back to that. I understand that there are more questions related to memory, how the glioma affects the memory function and the day-to-day memory. But technically, it should be possible.
Thank you very much. There is any other questions through the chat or? No? Okay. So, and I want to appreciate all your patience to this to this lack of I mean, we didn't know that this could have this question online. So thank you so much.
Well, so our next speaker is Professor Jean-Gabriel Minoncio from the University of Valparaiso. Jean-Gabriel received a bachelor degree first in engineering physics from the École supérieure de physique et de chimie industrielle de la ville de Paris en 2003. And the Master of Science and PhD degrees in Physical Acoustics from Université Denis Diderot Paris, respectivement, en 2003-2006 respectivement. He has been involved in the clinical measurement of guided waves in cortical bones with the Laboratoire d'imagerie biomédicale associated with Sorbonne, CNRS, and INSERM, and has been a co-founder of the startup Azalea in Paris since 2009. Since 2018, he's a full professor with the School of Informatic Engineering at Universidad de Valparaíso. And he is also the head of the PhD program in Applied Informatics, member of the Center for Research and Development in Health Engineering, and a member of the PhD program in Sciences and Engineering for Health, and collaborator of the Millennium Institute for Intelligent Healthcare Engineering Health. His main research interests include array signal processing, wave propagation modeling, inverse problem in applied ultrasound, and physics-informed artificial intelligence applied to biomedical problems. He's also part of the organizing committee of the two first IEEE Latin American Ultrasonic Symposium and the Latin American Outreach Initiative. And well, today he will speak about assessment of cortical bone using ultrasonic guided waves, trade-offs between physical modeling, automatic classification, and clinical robustness.
Thank you very much, Rolando, for the introduction. As a summary, I would say I came from physics and ultrasound waves, and now I'm in informatics. So the two kind of view are interesting me. And I will try to speak about the two things, physics and intelligence artificial, for guided waves in bone. So the context is the following, is fragility fracture. So all your body is always remodeling, meaning you have new piece coming, old piece getting out, and it should be balanced. When we get older, it's not so balanced, and in particular in bones, in some people you get this kind of effect. So regular healthy bone and an irregular non-healthy bone. It's more porous and thinner. And when you get this kind of bone, you can have fragility fracture, meaning a fracture without any trauma, any shock. So I like this ad, because it's really show the problem. When a sneeze can break your bone. So I met one day also a lady in the hospital. She told me, I made this move opening a window, and I break a vertebra. So it's really the problem, fragility fracture. Your bones are getting very fragile, and it's little by little without so much warning before fracture. So is it really a problem? It's a problem in particular for hip fracture, because you cannot walk, usually you need a surgery, and even the rate degrees of fractures. We are overall in better shape. There are less fracture in rate, but the number of older people increase. So the number of fracture increase. And you see in Chile from 2001 to 19, it's almost double to 4,000, 8,000. You have the same trend in China and in the overall. So the last paper told you between now and 2050, we expect a doubling in hip fracture. And the meaning is after this, you need bed at the hospital to welcome this patient. The question then is, how can you detect patients which are fragile? So the gold standard is the following. It's called DXA, or in Spanish, densitometría. Es una máquina rayo X. Je parle en espagnol. It's an X-ray machine, sorry, and you can have this kind of image. You have like an X-ray photo in the main site of fracture, so the wrist, the hip, or the spine, and the information is the gray valley. It's calibrated. So if you have a lot of bone, it will be white, and if you are like light gray, you have less material, and this BMD is really linked to the fracture risk. There are some drawbacks. It's only 2D, you don't have any detail spatially, you don't see the cortical or the trabecular bone, and it's not so available. In Europe, in the US, you have DEXA in every hospital. Here, in Chile, in a lot of places in South America, in the health public system, in Van Buren and Fricke, they don't have DEXA. So the doctor, they don't have any tools to detect patients. So how can we be sure that it's good to detect the people? So the classical study is to take two groups of patients. One, for example, is non-fracture and one with fracture. And you have a measurement like the gray value, the bone mineral density, and you see how well the distribution are separated. You can have some score. Usually we use the ROC curve. With the machine learning, we use the accuracy from the confusion matrix. You need some number to say how well you can separate. I often use the idea of thermometer. You need a number to say, okay, I'm 37, I don't have fever, 40, I have a high fever. That's the idea. How can we make a thermometer for bone health? So there are a lot of ways to do it, to do screening. So the DXA is here. You can do scanner like CT, PQCT, HR PQCT. You can do MRI, but usually the availability is less than DEXA. But there are a lot of work with CT, for example. for opportunistic city. You can use image done for another problem. MRI is also very interesting, and now there are a lot of done with a low field, as Steren have shown. This word is clinical tools. It's only questionnaire. Your age, your body size, your history of fracture, your family history of fracture, and you get a score. And it's very useful, and you don't need any machine. But you have a lot of tools, but each one usually is dedicated to one country: Australia, UK, China, etc. They are not so for everybody. And ultrasound is here. You have a lot of tools in ultrasound. It's very nice because it's portable. Each time, with time, it's more portable, very small, and it's usually less cheaper than X-ray. And in all this world of ultrasound, I will talk about this one, axial transmission. Sorry, that's the geometry. You put the probe along the arm or the leg. It's very similar to echography, but the idea is to look at the wave traveling along the cortical bone. Like you see the bone here, it's like very similar to a tube. You have two arrays of transmission and one array of receiver. So this technique has been developed since a long time. The first tests have been done in the 50s, and they were a very strong parameter using the first arriving signal. Okay, you don't have nothing. Up, the first event you can detect, it's going out the noise, and you have a slope and a velocity. And this velocity can be as good as DXA for detecting people at risk of fracture. And when I came in this project maybe more than 10 years ago in Paris, I proposed to use all the guided waves here, because you don't have only the first arriving signal. You have a lot of waves depending on where are the two interfaces and what is in the medium, what is the material. And you can have this kind of image, which are called guided waves, or usually long waves also. And you can have it in the F frequency, K spatial frequency domain. The first, and usually it's really used in physics and NDT, non-destructive testing, on steel plate, for example. You do 2D Fourier transform. You have signal in space and in time. You do 2D Fourier transform, and you get F and K. It's worked very well if you don't have so much noise, and if you have a large array of receiver. In bones, you have a small array and a lot of noise. So the first things I propose is to do like a enhanced Fourier transform, meaning we can see better the guided modes. And we use for this the singular value decomposition and the basis of the singular vector. And each point here, it's a plane Fk, and the score in the 0, 1 is how well this particular wave is in my signals. So that's a copper plate, very nice. And if you look at one arm, you see something. I'm very happy. For me, it's very, very good. But it's not so clear as here. But you see some lines. And if you have some lines, the good thing is you can do inverse problem. You can fit a plate waveguide model. And these positions are very sensitive to the thickness and the material property of the waveguide. So the next step was to propose an inverse problem and a robust, stable inverse problem. It took us a few years, and then we used something like a generalization of what has been proposed before with the singular vector basis. Now, instead of projecting each plane wave separately, each point Fk separately, we project a model, because a model is a series of lines here in the plane Fk. So each now pixel of this function is a model. We project one model in our U, and the U are the singular basis of the measurements. And we can have this kind of map in the thickness porosity map and the highest mountain, that's the best model. So it has been validated on ex vivo bone first. And this point of view is very robust. We can discuss later if you want. But really, singular value decomposition can bring a lot of interesting things. The first version was very low. A lot of time to get this image, a lot of time, like 30 seconds. It was not for real time. Then, recently, when I arrived in Chile, the idea was to bring this prototype here, to test here, if we can use it. We have improved the interface. You can see the two spectrum FK and the inverse problem function. And that's really a tricky point, important point, because usually the drawback of ultrasound is that's operator dependent. So you need really a very good guiding interface. So that's very quickly a reproducibility study, 3 operators, 14 participants, and we get very good ICC, which are the interclass correlation coefficient, meaning that if we took one person, 3 operator, we will get very close result. And that's very important point for clinical device. If we look at the result in terms of AUC of the Copper Rock, when we get only fast, it was in 2009, beta ultrasound and X-ray were very similar. Then we use this parameter, cortical thickness for hip fracture, and we get something a little higher than for ultrasound comparing to DXA. A second one, using this parameter, the porosity divided by thickness, the difference is a little higher. And now we have done a study in Chile with a patient of CESFAM and Gustavo Friquet. We have a difference which is a bit higher. Why I say that? Because the value of the IUC alone is not informative. You should always have the two techniques, X-ray, DEXA, with the same patient. And for many times, when we went to see industrial, they say, okay, it's very nice, but if you are not better than DEXA, we won't get anywhere. And now we are beginning to be a little bit better than DEXA. And I think the most point is the interface, the quality of the measurement. If you have a lot of bad measurement, it's very easy to have bad measurement, but the classification won't be so good. So I hope I will have some other project to go on. But the main drawback is we don't have so much patient here in this study. And the failure rate, you see, has really decreased also. Okay, so it was now very physical modeling, signal processing, I would say, classical from my part. And when I arrive in informatics, I say, okay, let's try or let's explore what we can do with machine learning, deep learning. So this curve is a number of papers up till 21 of machine learning in osteoporosis. So the trend is quite clear. And the idea is, can we use, for example, this image, the spectrum image, as an entrance of the classifier? And the first thing we have done is to use support vector machine. Not directly the spectrum, but features or parameters extracted from the spectrum using structural and textural image analysis. So, and with different regions of interest. So from this image, we get 32 parameters. We can use some parameters from the inverse problem, thickness, porosity, etc. Some also parameters from the signal itself, using, for example, the V-phase, the angle value between the two directions, and value like age, body mass index, if the person takes cortisone. The interest of this point of view, super vector machine, you build a vector as long as you want with all the information you think of interest. And then the question is, you have, in this case, 43 features. How many do I need to do the best classification? 5, 20, all the features. And we get this kind of curves. So you have the number of features from 1 to 33, so meaning you use a model with one feature and you take all. And you need a way to make an order of the feature, and we use RAFE, recursive feature elimination, meaning you take all the features and you remove one by one. And we get this kind of curve, the accuracy, depending on the number of features. And we have like an optimum on here, meaning if you don't have too much features, it doesn't work well. And if you have too many, it's like too noisy, the accuracy decreases. You really have an optimum. And this big jump here is age, okay? Because age is really the main factor. But all the question is how many more information you need to add to age. And if you do ANOVA, for example, age is the first one, but the other one don't get you so much information. So the question is what the feature you need to add to age. Okay, that was the first point of view we used using a supervector machine. Now I'm working with two students. That's the ongoing project, and the question we are facing now is: can we use the spectrum as entry of convolutional neural network? For example, in voice, you can use spectrum in time frequency, and it will be used as input of your network. There are a lot of CNN applications in biomedical, for example, in histopathology, and you can use classical network like ResNet, UNet, etc., because you have a map with cells, organ. Here, we try ResNet, it doesn't work, because maybe our images are very noisy, very bad. So what we have done a very simple network with a few layers, and we try to optimize each, which is called hyperparameter. The number of layers, the number of max green dropouts, etc. And then at the end, we can add BMI, age, and cortisol. And you see, for train and test, it begins to work. It cost us a few months, maybe not years, but at least a month to get this result. It's not really so direct. I've worked with a student in histopathology. It was much more easier, as we can say. So we have accuracy and loss. So it's very promising. The idea here, you take the spectrum, you don't need any modeling. Okay, then there were a paper by Luo et al. Recently using a very similar probe in axial transmission, and they take as input the raw data. So that's the work of Daniel Diaz in the Magister of Applied Informatics. We tried to do something similar, like we don't need any pre-processing, only the raw data. So it's also ongoing result, but it's very, very promising. So I think I arrive at the end of my talk. How can we combine the two? Do we, from my point of view, do we really need, for example, to get out physical modeling and let's go on the big highway of AI and neural network? And from my point of view, the really two are interbreed or connected. You really need the two point of view. Why? Because you need a lot of data and data of good quality. If you take a lot of noisy data or the probe is not aligned, etc., the network won't give you any good result. And that the signal processing, the physics, that can give you the good input. And how can I say, the next step, we are trying to combine explainable AI to try to understand how the network works, which part really gives you information, which parts are good or give you in the direction of fracture or non-fracture. And we are also doing more, each time more clinical data, trying to do, for example, data from blood tests with this very interesting project by the US Academy of Medicine. And also there is a very interesting question about the type of fracture. When you look at hip fracture, there are not only one type of fracture. You can break on the neck, but you can break also on the side. It's called extracapsular fracture. And it's known that the repartition of fracture between South America and Europe is not the same. And all the work for the doctors are usually done following Europe and US, meaning if you have you take the DEXA, you have this result, you take this type of medication, and sometimes it's not so directly applicable to other population. And so that's open question. We don't know if it's due to population or how we are living in different places of the world, but that's the way to personalize medicine, how to get the best treatment to each person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Gabriel. So we are a little short of time, but say one question here and one remote. So, yeah, Steren.
Thank you, Jean-Gabriel. I have a question. I understand that your BDAT, you do it on the arm, but what you want to predict is the hip fractures. So are you saying that the bone are affected in the entire body in the same way? And it doesn't matter if you measure it in the arm, in the leg, or wherever?
That's a very good question. That's an hypothesis that osteoporosis and the bone remodeling is affected all the body. So the first measurement, for example, was done at the heel, at the foot, au talon, with the same idea. But that's the very strong point of DEXA. You can measure directly at the hip. But the measurement is not so precise. But what we see says that the thickness here, when you get the bone thinner at the arm, it's really connected to the hip fracture. So you have a loss of material. But we are doing also at the leg. And we are looking if the leg is correlated to the arm.
So it seems there is no remote question. No? No, okay. So thank you again, Jean-Gabriel.
Thank you, Rolando. Gracias.
And now it's time for our keynote conference by the scientific director of Inria, Chile, Luis Martí. So Luis is currently the scientific director of Inria, Chile. And before that, he was a senior researcher of the TAU team at Inria Saclay since 2015. Is that right? Yeah, okay. So he was an adjunct professor at the Institute of Computing of the Universidade Federal Fluminense. Previous to that, Luis was a CNPK, a young talent of science fellow at the Applied Robotics and Intelligence Lab of the Department of Electrical Engineering of the Pontifícia Universidade Católica do Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil. Luis did his PhD at the Group of Applied Artificial Intelligence of the Department of Informatics of the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. So, well, I am forced to speak now also in Spanish. And got his computer science degree from the University of Havana. He is mainly interested in artificial intelligence and in particular machine learning, neural networks, evolutionary computation, optimization, machine learning, hybrid systems, and all that. And well, your title is, I think your title as you wrote here is AI for climate good, or AI for good climate. That is the question for you, just starting. So
I will
please,
try to
welcome.
reply to it. Thank you very much. Next time I promise not to put so long names in the description. Well, so actually I will take a small detour as I couldn't rewrite the title. I could put a subtitle, and because you know, it's very tempting, given the opportunity to share with you the work we are doing in Inria and in Inria, Chile in particular, to do it, let's say, it's very hard to decide if we are going to go broad or decide to go deep. So actually, the way I tried to organize the presentation is how we are, let's say, exploiting the different opportunities that we have thanks to machine learning to address interesting problems that allow us to understand nature in general. No? So, and the best way to try to understand this is, it can be confusing because we are not, let's say, only executing some projects, but actually in the kernel we are reusing all the knowledge that we are generating, or at least we try to do this. No? So actually, even if the nature of the application might seem a little bit different, for example, we are working, we have Theo here in astrophysics, no? And then we are also working in understanding plankton, so it's a different change in size of and time scale. But at the end, we are applying the same principles and the same machine learning. So what I am going to try to do this dual presentation where we present this work we are doing by visiting the methods that we are applying and also sharing with you the opportunities, because we are doing this in a way that is as open and let's say feel free to join point of view, and that is the point. No? So, and why I picked these two topics, actually we are working on some other different topics in Inria, Chile, is because at the end, even though in principle they seem really different, actually they share a lot of challenges and a lot of common problems. No? First, in the side of what we might call astrocomputing, that from seeing this from computer science is everything that has to do with astronomy. Actually, there are like two different clear scenarios. No? Here, first thing is, and we have been working for a long time on how to operate telescopes. Actually, we can say that one of the motivations that brought Inria to Chile was because we were already working with different observatories here in Chile. Among you know, there is a very strong community of other areas, but this is also very strong. But then there is an opportunity and another problem that is not only how to operate the telescope. At the end, just to put it in plain terms, a telescope is a big factory that is producing a lot of data, no? So has a lot of fine machinery and all of that we can need to take care. But then how to understand observations. And for example, we are also interested in applying AI and computing in general to understand climate change and in particular in the relationship with the ocean. And again, here the same problems arise. In particular, well, what we are trying to do here is first to put, let's say, facts or clarify the main questions relating the ocean and climate change. You can guess that, well, the ocean is our main protection against climate change because it's essentially a big blanket of water that regulates temperature. And also, well, captures CO2 is the main source of captured CO2. So we have a set of questions that we will need to solve. And again, the two problems share a lot of the same, the two, let's say, domains share a lot of challenges for applying machine learning. For example, in both cases you have huge data sets, but they are really poorly labeled, so it's very, or not labeled at all, so it's because it's easier to gather measurements. For example, take a lot of photos of plankton, but then how to classify this is not like making a data set of bicycle, horse, and I don't know, girl that anyone can help. In the case of plankton, you need biologists to identify the plankton species, all of that. So then regular ML, let's say the approach that we have seen to succeed until now of, let's say, supervised learning does not work so well because we have mostly unlabeled data. But actually this is an opportunity, and that is why also we approach these problems is because not only have a very important impact on our understanding and in the case of climate change of our future, but also because it's a challenging to machine learning itself, no? So and this is when everything starts to be more fun. Then there is also this need in both cases, or this opportunity of bringing existing models and making and working in this area that has become really attractive, that is called physics for machine learning, physics for neural network, or whatever. I don't like the term scientific machine learning that I have seen because it appears that there is a part of machine learning that is not scientific. No? But in any case, it's a very, very attractive approach that coming from machine learning seems very appealing because we have been trying to make the symbolic world and the sub-symbolic world work together, and this is one of the ways we can do this, going to a more, let's say, philosophical point of view. In any case, in both domains, we have this problem that, or this, let's say, requirement that we are not interested on just having better models and improving an F1 score or whatever. We want the actual value that we can generate is generate new knowledge. No? So having a good plankton classifier, it's important, but the important thing is to help biologists to discover new plankton species and discover ecosystems and all of that, and the same for astrophysics. That is why both of these domains share the same characteristics and the same problems. By the way, I'm sorry some of you were in my previous talk, so I am reusing some of the slides because it's, I needed them. So climate change, you know, it's something that is happening. This is let's say, a trending way of plotting climate change is the average temperature every year since it was measured. In the case of the globe, you can see the variation. You can actually go to a site and try to see how climate is changing in your location. In Chile, there are only two, Santiago and Puente Alto, and it's actually hotter in Puente Alto. So again, there is an ongoing phenomenon. And as, let's say, a computer scientist and AI in particular, by the way, a lot of people in Inria are working in this topic, but as a practitioner, personally, I wanted, and we in Inria, Chile decided to address this problem. And there are at least three ways of addressing this. First, I mean, you can guess almost any approach to a sustainable economy implies first computing at some level and probably some machine learning and AI and optimization, modeling, and all of that. Because generally to make these solutions work, you need finer control and adaptive control and therefore you need computing supervision. No? Then, of course, in order to understand this process, AI in particular is AI understood in a very broad term, is an essential tool. And more recently, there is another potential negative trend is that actually AI is consuming so much resources, it's so expensive, that people are starting to be concerned of the carbon emissions generated by AI. There are different statistics. We have a very good presentation by Guillaume the other day that addressed this topic. There is a general concern. Personally, I think that is still not a problem because as the concerns arise, we find solutions for them. But in any case, it's true that AI is becoming, let's say, pollutant or potentially pollutant. But also, I think that we have an opportunity of addressing this. I don't have time to talk about this. Actually, we have a project on this, and I wanted to talk about it, but I don't have enough time to visit this. This is just to mention that we have a bunch of projects in Inria in Chile. We have and had in the past related to how to use computing in general to address the problem of climate change and viable economy. I am going to focus first on this that is probably our flagship project at the moment. It's called Oceania, and as the name says, it tries to apply AI for understanding the relationship between the ocean and climate change. And essentially what is happening is, as I said before, the ocean is our main protection against climate change, but this protection is being destroyed by climate change itself. So it means that we are going bad, but not only going bad, but we are going bad on an exponential, let's say, acceleration because our main protection is being destroyed by the process. So how to stop this is a challenging problem, and the idea is to, let's say, answer 3 questions with a progressive level of, let's say, difficulty. Is first try to understand how actually the ocean works at mitigating climate change, then how the ocean is going to change with climate change. For example, if I increase the temperature of the water, the global ocean 1 degree, what is going to happen, and all of that. And eventually, we would like to have some mitigation proposals for decision makers so we can try to protect this. This is a very big project. Right now, we have more than 30 researchers working on this. I will say that, and the little faces below is a scientific committee, and it's a project is like herding cats. No? When you have one part in the control, the other part is going crazy. So it's very interesting, but then it's also heavily multidisciplinary because we are not only mathematicians and computer scientists, there are biologists, oceanographers, and all of that. So it's led by us from here, from Inria in Chile, but includes teams in France, Journées, the Université de Nantes, and here in Chile we have the Catholic University and the Universidad de Chile and CMM. And we have a very special partner that is Tara Ocean, that probably some of you know of Tara because it stopped last year here in Valparaiso. It was this oceanographic vessel that stopped here. And essentially we, let's say, got motivated to launch this project because Tara was coming to visit South America in this last mission that actually Inria is also part of the mission, and I didn't get to sail or anything. We supported them technologically, let's say. And the idea is that they were going to come to Chile and do some special classes of measurements. Tara is an oceanographic vessel. So what they do, and maybe you can see this in this diagram, every time they stop, they take measurements, they take samples of water at 3 different depths. At the depth where, let's say, photosynthesis is taking place, at the depth where is the boundary of photosynthesis, and the mesopelagic depth. I have Luis, our biology guy in India. he's happy seeing me use the right terms. So this is very nice because Tara has been gathering data for the last 15 years, I think, with a, let's say, more or less consistent methodology. They and Tara, well, visited the coast of Chile, but actually we are using all the Tara data. Only that, because we are part of the mission, you know, we have this priority access to data, maybe we could help them come up with interesting results. Also, Tara did in Chile something that they have never done before, that is they went really close to the shore and took this series of measurements, not of, let's say, deep ocean, but also, how to say, coastal waters. So we have this data, that is the first thing that we need to start to do some machine learning. Then, of course, we need to see what is the form of this data. So in particular, we have two important sources of data. No? So in one hand, we have plankton images. Not only that, a lot of oceanographic expeditions, they just have a microscope attached to a camera that is submerged and takes a lot of plankton photos. And then, of course, we have genomic data because every time Tara gets these samples of water, they split the sample in different sizes of organisms. So they can go from relatively big to bacteria, to even to viruses, and they sequence this information. So we have all this genomic information. So starting from that, we, let's say, started to pose progressively more complex questions that we start to address. So it is particularly appealing, and by the way, I am leaving part of this, let's say, research as, on the side because Luis Valenzuela presented yesterday part of the work that we are doing on genomic data. No? So I will be focusing more now on the images. But eventually what we want to do is something as, let's say, as challenging as possible, is to try to map using satellite images, identify marine ecosystems. So in theory, looking at it from afar, you say, okay, how can you identify a microorganism community using satellite images? Actually, there are a lot of indications that, let's say, cues that actually the color of the water, and you can get a lot of information related to this. But from that, let's say this is what we will go from A to D, but we need to identify clearly which are these organisms, because then Luis is trying to associate these populations with a given function. So if we know which populations are the ones that capture CO2, by the way, some other ecosystems of the ocean actually generate CO2. So if we have this information that these are the guys, the good guys that we need to protect, and we can detect them via satellite, it will be a good result for the project. No? Again, we need to split the problem into smaller problems. So we started to say, okay, let's try to first use all these images that we are hanging around, mainly because I have to say, let's say that one of the advantages of using genomic information is that DNA is the same everywhere. So we know a lot of, let's say, about genomics from, let's say, land-based genomics. No? The proteins are the same and all of that. But in the case of plankton, it is not like this. And again, having an annotated data set is almost impossible because, it requires a lot of effort because you need experts and all of that. And just to give you an idea of the dimension of the problem, in this repository, Ecotaxa, that gathers plankton images around the world, they have like 320 million images of plankton, and only 4 of them are labeled as some class of living thing, let's say, living organisms. And then they have 8 million of non-living images. And by the way, this is important because part of the project is also dedicated to quantify this amount of non-living things that they find in the ocean, because these non-living things is actually carbon slowly floating, let's say not floating, but sinking to the bottom of the ocean that eventually is going to become rock and CO2 removed from the atmosphere. So quantifying that things is also important. In any case, if we go and let's say, and we did here a non-trivial effort of trying to approximate the available data sets into the realm of machine learning. So we, let's say, converted this into something that you can import using an import and apply a PyTorch model and all of that. So we have two more or less well understood and shared, benchmark data sets. One is called SUSCAN, and the other is I don't know actually how to pronounce it, but we call this WHOI, WHOI. And these two data sets are relatively big, and also they are really challenging because if you notice, well, you don't notice because it's too small, but we have a logarithmic scale here. So there is a very class unbalance in the problem. So we have a lot of data, but also we have a severe class unbalance that here we are in the hundreds, and here we are in the, I don't have my classes either, so sorry. I'm getting old. So the first step was, okay, let's go supervised way, and again, in a way that is not only just a better model, but an explainable model. So here we applied the state of the art. We spent a lot of time and a lot of computing time trying to find the right combination of hyperparameters. We did some automatic machine learning to do this. We tend to joke that we burn half of the Amazon to save the ocean, but actually no, because we use nuclear energy from France, so it's another problem we can dive for, but not it's not CO2. But anyway, besides the joke, we did this comprehensive study, and what I wanted to show actually here, well, this is one of our best models, so this means that it is really good, and you see this straight line here, and this is actually non-living. So non-living is being confused with different species because, of course, living things, dead things look like the things that they were before when they were. So it's a very challenging class. And this is also what we wanted to share, is that we can show, let's say, biologists or users, not only the classification, but we can say, okay, the network to come up with this answer, look at this part of the photo. These heat maps show where the network was paying the most attention. So in this case, for example, it didn't work. It's paying attention to the corner of the image, so it's useless. And therefore, the researcher not only have, let's say, a machine learning result, but also this becomes let's say, a research tool, because when you show this to biologists, it's, oh, interesting, it's looking at this set of little legs that this thing here. So probably this is something that separates this species to another. And by the way, this is a very good news because there is a bubble here, and in none of the cases, the network look at the bubble to classify this. There are a lot of, let's say, cases in medicine, for example, where we have seen that the classification is biased by some elements that are appearing in the photo. In this case, it was resilient, but you see, it is not just a better model. So what we went there after that is we decided, okay, let's go deep in the hierarchy, because we have more information than just the classes. In particular, in biology, they have this taxonomy of organisms. So intuitively, you can say, okay, it's going to be easier to classify a given species knowing at what the level of the tree already are. So it becomes a simpler problem for the network. And so we had applied the state-of-the-art of this hierarchical classification. And at that time, we had an intern, Jean-Baptiste, that wanted to create his own neural network and try to come up with this idea of having a split, two modules interacting using an attention mechanisms in the middle, that one dedicated to living things and the other dedicated to dead things. And these are the results. So actually the results are really as expected, no? All the hierarchical cases perform better than the flat classifier at the lower level of the hierarchy. The flat classifier does not classify at the higher level. But then the sad news is that our approach was like really bad, no? So yeah, it's not. I don't always bring better news, but the nice thing is actually it behaved really well, no? And then if we see the results on this specific, and by the way, it's not relevant or irrelevant. This is Jean-Baptiste, the things that dead things are irrelevant. you see that it even improves this if it's only trained on one of the two branches. So we managed to move forward. Now we are in the, let's say, in the realm of the 90-something performance, so it's become like a usable tool. And the next problem, of course, is that, okay, at this point we are using labeled data. No? And I say at the beginning that we want to exploit on labeled data. There are many ways of trying to approach to this problem. The approach that we have taken so far is to use out-of-distribution detection. So essentially how to use the own classifier to be able to tell if the plankton image or the stimulus that it's seeing is different or unseen from before. So in this case, what we want to see is that normally when we see a classification output, there is one class that has like a higher score or a higher probability of the input to belong to this class. But if the classifier doesn't know, we should see a pattern like this. That, by the way, is frequently destroyed because we do a normalization and try to put this in between 0 and 1, and then this tiny difference becomes huge, and you lose this information that the own classifier is telling you, I don't know. So actually, we need to look at this pattern, this flat pattern, and be able to tell, okay, this is unknown. Actually, this didn't work really well. We had a performance for detecting out-of-distribution items of 48% only. And here, another of our interns, Benjamin, had the idea of saying, okay, we have this block detecting out-of-distribution. What about if we show the network some information that we know it's outside the distribution? In this case, some photos of flowers. And for those photos, we try to force the network to have this flat behavior of no, do not activate. So essentially, we have, if this is a plankton image, goes through the normal loss function. If this is a flower, I want to see zero, a vector of zeros in the output. And this actually was a very neat idea, and we managed to bump the detection from 58 to 93%. And now we are trying to make the problem, like to make it more compact and make it harder for the network. And using this wave of generative AI approaches, actually what we are doing is just asking a generative AI neural network to generate images that look like plankton, but it's not plankton. But of course, it's more challenging than a flower. No? We pick flowers because it's a biological kind of thing, so it would look more or less, but this is more challenging. So this is our work right now. So I say at the beginning that I will be talking also about astrophysics. I will visit this very briefly. I would just want to say that I mentioned at the beginning that we have been doing a lot of work on the part of, let's say, operating telescopes. This is a photo of the recent visit. This is Andres. You cannot see because it's with a mask and all of that. But this is Andres and Nayad visiting the Vera-C-Rubin Observatory. We are doing the operation environment of the observatory, let's say the user interface. If you have any questions, Andres and the rest of the team is around here. But I wanted to focus in this presentation on the application on discovering interesting potential, let's say, interesting astronomical objects. In particular, a work that we did related to detecting changing states, active and active nuclei. This AGNs is a class of black hole that change from type 1 to type 2. I don't know which the types are, but this is really interesting because we do not understand the physics of why this happens. So detecting these objects is really interesting because so far we know very few of them, and the more we detect, it's really appealing. No? And this is also, and yesterday we have a very good presentation also touching this topic by Pablo Esteves. This is going to become a bigger problem because as the Vera-C-Rubin Observatory is completed, the Vera-C-Rubin essentially is like a scanner of the sky. It doesn't have an observation program. It's just like scanning the sky night after night. It's going to be generating a lot of information, a lot of these interesting observation alarms. And right now, the methods that they have would generate like 10 million of these interesting observation alarms every night. So it's unusable. No? It's so much that we need to refine this. So it was, and also we saw these opportunities as a way of starting to address this problem of how to move into the huge data astronomy where we need to process all this information in collaboration, by the way, with Alerce and CMM on this topic. So there are different approaches so far that have been looking at, let's say, physical features in a more, let's say, manual approach. Then, of course, machine learning started to be used, and for example, in 2020, we had the first use of this, the autoencoder approach, and we decided to move forward, to take this approach a little bit forward using variational autoencoders. Essentially, we have the light curve of the stars, and we train an autoencoder in an unsupervised way, because one of the problems is that we don't have a lot of examples of active galactic nuclei, and then apply an outlier detection method on top of this to generate a list of candidates. So at the end of this process, out of the huge data set that we have, we found 75 candidates to black hole, and some of them have already been confirmed. This is why, by the way, this is was a paper led by Paula Sanchez-Sainz. She's now in ESO in Germany. And it's very interesting because, of course, she's an astronomer, so she can go now and request telescope time and verify if these candidates are true or not. And then there is another work that we are doing with together with Universidad Diego Portales, Paula Joffre, and Theo, that is going to be presenting tomorrow, that has to do also with applying the same principle of representation learning and try to do something with the representation. In this case, Paula has this idea of trying to create like a genetic tree of the galaxy, of stars in the galaxy. As stars are created and destroyed, the chemical elements are passed through the star that died to the new star. And this is apparently very interesting for astrophysics. And they had a first work on this, and this is from the original work where they were trying to map this family tree between different stars. And the idea is, how can we machine learn this problem? It's like, can we go broad and try to generate these trees in a massive way? So this is an ongoing project. We have part of the problem solved. It's like from the spectra of the star, trying to map the chemical composition. If we can map this chemical composition, maybe we can start to build these trees and all of that. It is a very appealing problem, and again relying on lots of unsupervised information. Then going to the area of modeling, I broke this in because how much time do I have? I am already beyond. Okay, I have 32 minutes. Okay. I will try to squeeze things up. Don't worry. So again, if we go back to the ocean, one of the challenges that we have is, okay, the ocean is moving. No? It's a fluid. So if you go tomorrow to the same place, it's going to be a different ocean. So probably we need to incorporate this modeling, this fluid, let's say, characteristic, this movement into everything we do. So part of the Oceania project has to do with how to incorporate modeling into the predictions or the models that we create. And here we bump again, again to machine learning. We saw that there was this trend appearing. Actually, when we started the project, this was still a relatively new approach that is called physics-informed neural networks. That is essentially putting in plain terms, trying to enforce that the neural network not only learns from data, but also learns from a given physics law that we can express as another loss function. So at the end, the neural network learns from a combination of these two things. No? So we started small. We say, okay, let's use, like the simple PDEs, the shallow water model or the wave equation, and let's see if we can train pins inside this scheme. And we started to bump into problems, no? Because first, and by the way, this is natural because it's a relatively new subdiscipline. There were a lot of ad hoc papers. When you saw a solution, it was a solution designed for these special parameters for this special case. And when we started to visit this with a broader term, we realized that there was a problem, let's see, not a problem, but an issue related this lambda that was, laid here in a very machine learning way. No? So what is the meaning of this lambda? No? Normally, we would say, okay, this is the preference. I trust more the physics or I trust more the data. No, this is one approach. But then what happens is that these two terms have completely different numerical characteristics. So, for example, different scales, the gradients are really different. So either the physics start to dominate training and drive the network to be like a physics-based and forget about the data and all of that. So people started to adjust this lambda on the fly to try to regulate the process and do a game of, okay, if I can compensate one gradient with the other, etc., then the lambda stops being a preference. It starts to be like a regularization joystick that you play with. No? So, okay, this is let's stop here, no? We say, because we are overloading this. People are using the same variable, the same property for different purposes. So we started to look at this, and here we come from a multi-objective optimization background, so we say, okay, maybe what we need to see is what happens with the two loss functions in a separate way and take the preference decision after the network is trained. So you let let's say, the algorithm play with the joystick, trying to train the network as best as possible, but at the end, we will have different trade-offs between loss of data and loss of physics, and then we decide what to take. And of course, being from evolutionary machine learning, one of the issues that we saw is that a lot of people were trying, like, let's try this neural network. No? And so we decided to, as we were doing a multi-objective approach, that take the opportunity and do so evolutionary automatic machine learning. So what is the importance of multi-objective optimization is that we want to find something like this. It's more or less when you want to buy a car, you want to buy the best car for the lowest price. No? So there are cars that represent this Pareto front that, for example, you have a Ferrari that is a very expensive car, but it's a very good one. And then you have at the bottom maybe a Suzuki something that is very cheap and also very bad, but has a nice price. Then you can have cars inside here, like, I don't know, a Land Rover Discovery, that is a expensive car that is really bad. No? So you don't want to find these cars, you want to find the cars that are in the Pareto front, that offers the best trade-offs, and then take the informed decision. Believe it or not, I have a friend that bought a car using this, no? And wanted to buy a Mini Cooper and ended up with a Ford Escort. But, he's German, so he went by the rule. Then we applied these evolutionary algorithms. Probably most of you know about this. Essentially, these are algorithms that have populations of individuals that are, let's say, evolved across iterations by applying some evolution-inspired operators. And the good thing is they, let's say, infer or require very little knowledge about the problem that they are solving. And essentially, for this problem, we applied 3 well-known, well-performing approaches. We don't wanted them to compete. We just wanted them to validate each other. If all of them produce the same result, it's okay, we're in the right direction. So it's not that we are not finding which is the best evolutionary algorithm for solving this. We wanted like a mutual validation. So we set the problem like this. Our individuals contain the description of the network, the initial lambda value, and we train the network using the loss function as we already expressed. We apply this in different equations, and we have results like this. So this is the evolution of the algorithm taking place, the different individuals moving. This is supposed to be moving, but it's not moving. I don't know if I click, no. It's a video, but it's not running the video. So essentially, you will see that this is the original, and this is what we have modeled, and this is the difference. And you see that the difference is very plain because there is very little difference. In this case, the problem is relatively simpler. In this case, it's a wave equation. It should also move, but you can imagine it's moving in this way. So you have different areas where it's not complete and all of that. By the way, I am really happy because we got a second best paper. Let me see if I magically this works. No, it didn't work. So again, this is a wave equation moving, sorry, and we can see the differences and all of that. So this was the first batch of results, and then we decided to go back and look at what was happening. We were not the only people worried about these numerical issues of pings. So actually, a lot of people were working on how to minimize these gradient issues that they were seeing, this competition between the two gradients, destroying the training process, or let's say hampering the training process. And we applied this is actually non-polished result, the latest results in this direction, and then doing an additional and getting closer to the kind of problem that we want to solve. In this case, we wanted to solve a problem where we have a fluid and we have a nutrient in this fluid, and using this MPC as nutrient phytoplankton, zooplankton models that describe the interaction between different populations, how this worked in the ecosystem. And here is moving, awesome. So here, this is a fluid, and these are the nutrients, how they are being eaten and floating and moving through the fluid. So now this is getting closer. Imagine that we identify a certain ecosystem, but we can try to put the configuration, and we are starting to move from box one of the project of how the ocean mitigates climate change to what will happen to the ocean, because we are starting to have modeling capacity to project things to the future. So this is part of the work. Theo I don't know if he's going to present about this tomorrow, but he's doing his PhD in something that, I love the name, sorry, stellar atmospheres. No? It's a very interesting topic. Essentially, I was surprised that, yes, of course, stars have atmospheres, and it's important to model this. I don't know if you're going to talk about this tomorrow. I couldn't refrain myself for mentioning this. So these are more or less the kind of stuff that we are doing here in Inria, Chile. And not only in Inria, Chile, because these projects have connections with many teams in France. So the first thing is, you are welcome to join forces. This is an invitation. I try to show more than the solutions, the challenges that we have. As you see, there are a lot of points where we can work together. For example, I didn't mention some of the work that we are doing in language models to annotate genomic sequences, the work that we are doing in multimodal approaches to try to encode images of plankton, but also in a similar latent space as the text description of the species and all of that. So there are a lot of opportunities. Feel free to join. And just to give you some reference, yesterday we have the presentation of Luis in this area, more related to genomics, and also Hernan, that I think is not here. Are you here? No? No. He's traveling next week to US for a congress. And Hernan presented another work related to, let's say, climate change. There is a small autonomous sailboat that we are creating as part of a project together with Professor Philippe Prieur, that is here with us. So it's a very interesting one. And tomorrow we have Theo. So some forward pointers. Thank you very much.
Well, so I thank you again, Luis. This is really a very stimulating talk, and I assume that there are some people wanting to ask questions.
Not you,
yes,
not you.
Antoine?
Thank you very much. As you know, I don't know many things about neural networks. I have a questions regarding the difference between pins and mo-pins. In particular for the algorithmic, the computational effort that is needed. So can you elaborate on the difference between the two systems? Is there one which is cheaper than the other one, or is it just for other reasons that one should be used?
So I can split the answer in two blocks, no? Because let's say, yes. So the positive lambda side, no. So the problem of training the neural network itself, no, from a computational point of view, is not necessarily different. What we have seen, and we have seen this, like, babysitting models, is that many neural networks, and we have a slide here of, for example, this one diverging, no, and it's because there are a lot of numerical issues that we have not yet fully, we in general, no, fully understood, no. By the way, I see this as a very good opportunity for doing convex optimization and these kind of things, because we have seen like the two gradients fighting each other, no? And sometimes one gradient goes like really big, and in 2 iterations make the whole network move into an area where it's like a local minima is going to take a lot of time to get out. So in that sense, it's challenging. That is why we decided to, let's say, take a step back and how to do it like a more AutoML approach of let's try a lot of variants to understand the scenario. No, we actually now we understand we understand better the problems, but we don't have solutions for all of this. On the other hand, probably there is one solution because there are people working on this everywhere, and it's a very active topic. So the first answer is that, let's say, algorithmically itself is not way more complex. You have essentially from, let's say, my reduced mind of a machine learning person, you have 2 tables of data, one that is generated by your real data, and the other is your model, and you make this work together, no, in this equation. So it's not a big problem. But when you do the training, you realize that, okay, you introduce a problem, no, because even the absolute scales of the 2 errors are completely different. No? So in that sense, that is why it is an interesting problem. No? And that is why they were using the lambdas to try to regulate this. No? There are many tricks then that you can apply doing machine learning, for example, gradient clipping, avoiding that the gradient is bigger than something. But then it starts to become, another heuristic, the heuristic of the heuristic of the heuristic. And in that sense, for example, it would be nice that we address this with a more comprehensive evolutionary experiment, with more degrees of freedom. We had a postdoc working in this topic. Hugo, I don't know if Hugo is watching, but he felt the call of God and went to work in the Catholic University. So we are still collaborating, but we need to find more people to work on this. But it's a very appealing project.
Hi. Thank you, Luis, for this very interesting presentation. And as a marine scientist, I congratulate Inria, Chile, and your team to work on this fascinating topic. As a marine scientist, I would say what would be also interesting is to see every year the evolution at the same point, so of environmental data or genomics data. And there is this initiative that started 10 years ago, which is called Ocean Sampling Day. And I was part of the team, and there is a sampling time in Chile, in Las Cruces.
Yes.
I will find out who is the scientist, but
I probably know. Probably Sergio Navarrete. No?
Yeah. So it might be interesting, so either in Chile or worldwide, to have this evolution of either the taxonomy, I mean the plankton or the fluid or the temperature, and to either to help you to construct your model or even to validate your models regarding the fluid circulation. So
this is the interesting thing is that there are many problems that can be addressed. No? For example, Tara does something that I find really interesting is to try to, let's say, float and follow the same ecosystem and resample this by just letting the boat move in the ocean, and they have done this a couple of times. This is another interesting problem. No? In this case, instead of fixing the location, you fix the ecosystem, and try to track this. And so there are many. Thank you. We will look into it.
Yes, I'm really into neural networks. So my question goes more to how did you decide that including physics laws in neural networks was the right solution? And if there were more alternatives to that, and how did you measure that, or if you can deep into that, I
Yeah.
would be grateful.
Let me see if I understood the question. So I will answer what I understood. First, yes, there are other alternatives. In the PDE, in the modeling domain, in the area, they have been doing this called data simulation for a while. Is that they have a model and they try to adapt the model to the data that they are seeing. No? Pings, there are many settings or many configurations where you can, let's say pings is like a meta label for a lot of different approaches. No? You can solve the direct problem, the inverse problem. So using pins, stating pins is like very broad terms. What I think is interesting, let's say philosophically, is that data is bad and models are bad. No? Because we know because that is what that they are models and not reality, and data have noise and is, let's say, scattered, etc. In particular in the ocean, I just showed this slide before of these dots in the Atlantic. It's actually Tara stopping to gather samples, and you saw it actually stopped very few times. No? So actually, for understanding the ocean, stopping 40 times is not enough. No? So what, for example, what models can be, we can see this visually. You have data in some, like you took some measurements and you can fill the gaps of your data using models, for example, no? And say, okay, I'm going to use models to generate, let's say, synthetic data in the middle, and then it's going to like to cover the gaps, but also you can force the network to behave in the same way as the model. No? And this is meaningful because neural networks sometimes tend to, let's say, learn just by driven only by minimizing the error. So maybe they are, for example, overfitting to the data that they are receiving. But using these models is a way of, let's say, regularizing the network, making it be compliant with a higher law, let's say. No? In that sense, it's interesting. Then I think that there is also a performance issue that if you have, depending on the setting you use, but if you train a neural network to act as a PDE model, it's way faster to use. No? So I know, for example, people in Inria are using these trained models for weather forecast because instead of having to run the model for 1 week, a neural network works in, let's say, it's able to predict in almost instantaneously. Of course, take a lot of time to train, but this is another scenario. The use is really fast. No? In the case of model, the use is always slow. No? You need to compute all of this and all of that. Even, of course, you can generate a mesh and store preset values and all of that. There are a lot of tricks. There is a whole area of science dedicated to this, and thanks to that, we have cars, airplanes, and all of that. But here, there is an opportunity for addressing this in a different way.
Thank you, Luis. I have two small questions. Perhaps we will discuss these questions during the coffee. The first one concerned the motion of data. You mentioned that it's easier to have data about plankton, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And the importance of that for the relation with the climate change you mentioned. But so you showed us, Tara takes through three levels.
Yes, 3 levels. Yeah.
3 levels. So if you start classifying these 3 levels, well, one has to appreciate how plankton moves from one level to another one through the measurement, but how the diet changes for other biospecies. Because if I have no more tomates, well, I will have to change my diet. If there is no more fish, I will have to change my diet. So the fitness the data about the fitness probably is one of the challenging questions for that kind of models. Well, that's one point. The second one is more methodological or philosophical, maybe. Because when you speak about, you started showing us the choice between physical or data. But when you mean physical, you are thinking about a physical model.
Physical model, yes.
And so you decide between a physical model and data. And that points out the question about validity. How do I validate if I compare a model with data? Are we speaking about real world? That's my point. So the question is whether we are using, say, a surrogate reasoning. And here in the room we have an expert in that kind of questions, my friend Juan Redmond. That is, we are in the philosophy of sciences, they speak about the surrogate reasoning, how we in sciences, we are proceeding to validate our statements. That is, we take a model and we compare with the model our data. So that's an open question. That is, there are some, say, proposals to find a way out. Like, for instance, an inferential point of view, and to consider that you have to perform hypothesis, but after you compare your hypothesis to decide a new measurement. And so how do we include that in, say, in machine learning? Okay, that's...
I'm going to need a coffee for that. But for the first question, I think actually I'm going to defer to Luis because his work has actually been trying to describe the functions of ecosystem. That is more or less what, at some point, what you are describing. Okay, what is happening here? What is the, for example, the relationship between the different organisms that are living here? And I have to say, I am being a computer scientist, I am amazed. No, I always say the same story because for me it's very illustrative. Talking with Pablo Market, he mentioned that, for example, whales are essential for ecosystems because whales feed, let's say, in the bottom of the ocean at this mesopelagic depth. They eat a lot of stuff there, and then they go to the surface and do number one and number two. So it's like a way of recirculating nutrients. That then there are some evidences. For example, here in Chile, some massive, when the whales get stuck in the beach and all of that, then there is a bump in the red algae in the area. There is a toxic algae that kills the other fish. So the ecosystem goes out of control because whales in this area died in a massive way. So actually, this is very interesting because whales are macroscopic. Actually, I mean, really big, not macroscopic, huge. So actually, you can see them from a satellite. So this could be another indicator of, okay, if you see a whale and you know that this ecosystem that where the whale is living has a given function, you can. But then these cycles, detecting these cycles, that more or less what you were saying, what happens is if I remove these species from what biology is called the network, and we call a graph, it's a dependency graph. If I remove these species, what is going to happen? The whole ecosystem collapses, or if, and this can be, or if the temperature increases, what? So these are questions that actually we need to answer. Regarding the other, the question is really big. It goes beyond pings, It's how we verify machine learning at the end, And the thing is that machine learning is heavily experimental, It has been driven mainly by experiments that are,
it's
ad
an
hoc,
instrument.
Yeah. So I always, and this is a problem, or more, I would say a feature, or, it's a bug or a feature of machine learning that generally let's say the applied part, the application, has been moving faster than the theory supporting the application, no? And this is common, no? We still don't know how an LSTM, a large short-term memory works, and this the basis of before transformers was the basis of natural language understanding. And I have to say, my group in France, Tau team, one of the works that they were doing is trying to understand why an LSTM worked for a very specific case. No? So it has this thing of, okay, it works. No? So it's very hard to resist to use something that works, but we don't fully understand how it works. No?
Yes. No, I understand, but that is, one has to work with several processes at the same time, and the machine learning is an instrument.
I think that here is we need to be really careful. It's like medicine, no? We need to have clear protocols and all of that. It's a big conversation. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, okay, thank you very much. And well, we thank Luis again. And I apologize because we are getting late for the coffee break. And now, you will announce.
So, yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Luis Martí, for your keynote. So, we invite you to move to upstairs for the coffee break. This is going to be a very short coffee break, just 10 minutes. So take advantage of the moment and run. No, I mean, and try to be back on time so we can continue with the agenda. Thank you.
Welcome back, dear colleagues. We have to start the second part of this this session 3.1. Okay, so the first speaker is Dr. Raquel Pessoa Rivera. She is an assistant professor at the Computer Science Department at this university, at Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria, and an associate researcher of CCT Val UTFSM in Valparaiso. Her research focuses on developing machine learning and explainable artificial intelligence algorithm for analyzing data from the high energy physics, astrophysics, and biomedical fields. All that. So, welcome, Raquel.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. My presentation is about interpretable deep learning models applications in physics data. And the topics of my presentation include a brief introduction and description of the explainable artificial intelligence field. Then I will talk about the classification task in experimental particle physics, and I will show you two examples of events and jets classification and the model interpretation. Then I will talk about the estimation of stellar parameters in massive stars, and at the end I will talk about some final remarks on the future work. So what do we expect of machine learning models, and more precisely from deep learning models? Well, of course, that we want that our models can predict with high performance. For instance, if we are working in a classification problem, we would like to achieve high performance values, close to 1, high precision, accuracy, recall, high ROC AUC. The point is that when we are addressing complex problems and we want to achieve high performance levels, we also need to use complex models. And complex models like deep neural networks, which can have hundreds of layers, millions of parameters, are widely considered as black boxes because it can be very challenging to interpret their decision-making process. And this can be very problematic, especially in critical decision-making contexts, for instance, in healthcare diagnosis, in finance, in autonomous vehicles, also in science, because it is very important for the user to trust in the model's prediction. And in scientific fields like physics, the understanding of the complex models allows to trust and to fully trust on the models, to identify the physics of interest, and also to draw conclusions against the proposed theories. So, therefore, only obtaining high accuracy is not enough, and accurate results are as important as understanding the model's prediction. And the users need more than a simple question answer to support their decisions. So explainable artificial intelligence arises as a field that proposes methods and techniques for producing more explainable models, maintaining the high performance levels for a better understanding of the prediction made by the artificial intelligence systems and also by the machine learning models. Well, my background is in computer science, and I work in data analysis with applications in experimental particle physics and in astrophysics. More precisely, I have been working in the event classification, and these events are generated in huge particle colliders, like the Large Hadron Collider located at CERN. Bunches of protons collide, and these collisions or events are detected by enormous machines like the Atlas detector. Notice that the Large Hadron Collider is a circular tunnel with a perimeter of 27 kilometers, and it is located 100 meters underground. And the Atlas detector has a cylindrical shape, and it has a length of 44 meters and a diameter of 25 meters. So we need very complex machines to generate the events and to analyze the event, and all this with the aim to understand the matter and to search for new physics. And the classification of events corresponds to separate the signal from the background. And what is a signal? Well, it's a physical phenomenon of interest. For instance, when in a collision, a Higgs boson is produced, and this boson decays into two specific particles, for instance, into two quarks B. And the background corresponds to a process with identical decay, for instance, in this case, the 2B quarks, but these quarks comes from a different physical process. Yeah? So this is a very difficult task. It's a complex problem, and for that reason, complex deep neural networks are used to classify the events and to achieve high performance levels. Therefore, in this context, the understanding of the model becomes fundamental. And as a first approach to interpret the models, we are using the SHAP method. SHAP is an explainable artificial intelligence method that allows us to quantify the contribution of each feature to a model's prediction. And this contribution of the features are called SHAP values. SHAP is a method that is based on the cooperative game theory and uses surrogate transparent models, a linear model, to approximate the complex deep neural network around a particular data point, or in this case, to a particular event. So here we can see that an event is represented by a set of low-level and high-level features. These features correspond to physical properties measured by the detectors, and also to features related with the detector geometry. And when we use the SHAP method, we can quantify for each particular event the contribution of each feature to the prediction of the model. So here we can see the waterfall plot, which shows that the feature mass of two particles B is the most significant feature and is contributing to predict that this event is a signal event. In addition, from the local explanations, we can obtain global explanations. And here we can see the contribution of the most significant features in the prediction of the model. And from this, we can also get a ranking of features. Okay? So this is, with this information is very important because we can see how the model is doing the predictions in terms of the features contribution. In addition, we can observe if these contributions are consistent with the physical phenomenon, and this is very useful to the physicists to trust in the model's prediction. Well, the other application corresponds to the classification of jets. And a jet is a shower of particles, and it is created when a quark or a gluon is produced with very high energy, and subsequently this quark or gluon hadronizes. This means that generates hadrons, which form the particle shower. Yeah? And currently we are working in the analysis of constituents-based top quark taggers. These are classifiers, so here we also have to classify the signal from the background. And the signal in this case corresponds to the generation of a top quark, and this top quark decays into a W boson and a bottom quark, and then this boson decays into a pair of quarks. So again, this is a complex problem. So in the ATLAS experiment, in the ATLAS collaboration, we are using different complex deep neural networks to classify these events. Here we can see 6 current state-of-the-art methods that are achieving high performance values. But now it is very important for the physicists to understand how the model are doing the predictions, because now they have some problems in to understand the behavior of these models when they change the simulated data set to measure the performance of the models. So here we can see the sharp results. In this case, we train a deep neural network, a classical feed-forward neural network, with almost 3 million of jets for the training data. And the architecture of this network has 5 hidden layers and 400 neurons per layer. So here we have the force plot. This shows, in this case, that for a particular jet, the feature momentum of the jet is pushing the prediction to higher values. This is pushing to predict a signal. In the other case, we have the variable azimuthal angle, and this feature is pushing the prediction to predict a background event. And also here we have global explanations. And here we can observe in this plot, each dot corresponds to a jet. So here we can see that the feature radius is the most significant feature contributing in the prediction of the model. So here we can see that jets with high values of the radius host also high values of high sharp values. So it is contributing to push the prediction to the signal class. So this is a work in progress. Now we have to apply this method to the other deep neural networks models. And also we are planning to use different explainable artificial intelligence technique to find some relation between the input and the output of the network. And the final application corresponds to the estimation of stellar parameters. This is a collaborative work with the Massive Star group of the Universidad Valparaíso. And here we are developing a deep learning-based method to estimate the stellar parameters of observed massive stars. And this task is very important for the astrophysicists because they need to describe and to understand the evolution of the stars. This task of estimation is usually done by eye inspection. This means that the astrophysicist has to find for each observed line the most similar synthetic spectral line that is generated from theoretical models. So this is a very time-consuming and computational expensive task. So we have already developed a multi-stage method that uses Gaussian mixture models, deep neural networks, and others to estimate these parameters, so to reduce the time that they use to find these stellar parameters. We are using the database called Isosceles, which is a huge database with synthetic spectral lines. We are using a subset of this database with 59,000 lines. And here we can see in a very brief description that first we are using Gaussian mixture models to cluster the synthetic spectral lines. Then we can, with this cluster, we can label the spectral lines, so we have labeled data, and we can train a supervised classifier. Here we are using a deep neural network, so we have a classifier of stars. Then when we have an observed star, we classify this star, and according to the class, then we can find the most similar synthetic line, and then to find and estimate the stellar parameters, like the temperature, the surface gravity, and the rotational speed. And as a last application, well, the previous method is currently working. We have very good results. But now we are working in a new method, and we want to predict the spectra, the stellar parameters directly from the observed star, from the synthetic stars. So we are using, and also the astrophysicists want to understand how the model is doing the prediction, and they want to have an estimation of the confidence of the model. So in this case, we are working with probabilistic neural networks. More precisely, we are working with Bayesian deep learning, and these networks can learn the distribution of the weights. Instead of a single point, the weight now is a distribution. So we can also get a predicted distribution regarding the output of the network. So in this case, our preliminary results showed that we can predict the temperature, the surface gravity, and the rotational speed. And we can measure some uncertainty metrics like the standard deviation, the mutual information, and the predictive entropy. So in conclusion, it's very important for the user to trust in the models. And the understanding of the model's prediction has become a very important subject in this field. In all the field, and especially in the scientific fields. The point here is that the scientists can trust in the prediction of the model, and they can make informed decisions regarding the information that we can give them, that we can obtain from the explainable artificial intelligence method. So we can use several XAI methods, but we can also use the probabilistic neural networks to measure or to estimate the uncertainties and to trust in the model's prediction. And as a future work, we have to use the SHAP technique into the others deep neural network models. And we also want to include the results of the SHAP method into the model's training, like active learning. For instance, we can only work with the most significant features of the model. And also we want to integrate the explainability methods, the XAI methods, with the probabilistic neural networks. That's my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raquel. So it's time for questions. Yep. Yes.
Hi. Thanks for the talk. I will have like many questions, but I will just ask one. Okay, so you trained with the synthetic spectra, right? Your
Yes.
for the last part for
Yes.
spectral synthesis, and so it's two little questions. One, if you can also estimate the chemical abundances, and how the precision and if you tested it, how the precision and accuracy of your predictions change with the signal to noise of the input data.
I didn't understand.
How the if you tested it, how the precision and the accuracy and also the meaningfulness, especially of the uncertainty, change with the signal to noise, with the noise that is in the spectra. If you tested it on, if you run some tests about it.
You are talking about the
Yes.
probabilistic
Yes.
neural network.
Yes.
No, we are. This is a preliminary work, so I don't have that kind of result yet. So for the moment, we are only training the probabilistic network with the synthetic lines. Then we use the network to predict the stellar parameters of an observed star. So, and we compare the result with the result of other research groups. And in the first results show good small errors. Yeah, but I don't have the analysis between the error of the star and the final result. Yeah, but in other cases, using the traditional deep neural network, this is an important point. So when the line is very noisy, it affects in a significant way the prediction of the neural network. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. In the weights of the network. Yeah. Well, when I talk about Gaussian, I talk in a different context, the Gaussian mixture models, to cluster the spectral lines. This is the first part, and it's different from the other work when we are using probabilistic neural networks. But here, it's also true that we have to assume some distributions, some family of distributions. And in this case, yes, we usually assume that the weights are Gaussian. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but that was my question. It's technical question, but that's all.
Yeah.
Well, we thank again Raquel. And so the last speaker of this session is Mauricio Araya. He is also from this university. Mauricio is an associated professor at the electronics department of the university here. He received his engineering and master's degrees in informatics from the same university and his PhD in computer science and artificial intelligence from Université de Lorraine in France. His main research fields are applied machine learning to astronomy, medical images, genetics, electrical systems, and neuroscience, and theoretical machine learning, such as Bayesian reinforcement learning, information theory bounds to machine learning, and intrinsic agent motivation. He's part of AC3E and CCTVAL again. Well, so these are two here in Chile called basal centers, and has led of participated in several multidisciplinary research projects. So, welcome, Mauricio.
So, thank you very much, and thank you, Nayat, Inria Chile, for having me. I will talk about artificial intelligence for science, specifically machine learning for science, beyond the performance metrics. I haven't talked with Raquel, and actually this is very complementary to the recent talk, and actually with all the talks on the morning. So with Jean Gabriel, Steren, and Luis. So about myself, yeah, it's true. It's University Lorraine, but it's actually Inria Sea Grand Est, where I made my PhD. That's specifically where I made my PhD. And my research, a little bit of theoretical machine learning in reinforcement learning, as it has been said, but also applied machine learning to several science-related fields. And when I said about science, it's not computer science, it's natural science and medical science, like astronomy, particle physics, genetics, neuroscience a little bit. There's a lot of neuroscientists here, so just a little bit in neuroscience, robotics, and radiology. So I have to make a quick look to the work that I have done using machine learning for science projects. And the motivation here is that, as has been said in the morning, the machine learning and artificial intelligence is driven right now by engineering, very good engineers in Google, in Microsoft, and there are computer scientists that try to help making good decisions. Even there are automated decisions or not. But in science, usually machine learning is needed to make supported claims. So in the scientific method, you do not have only, it's very little there, but not only making good decisions, but knowing why these decisions are made. Okay, so that's what in philosophy of science, it's obviously called an evidence. An evidence is not only the result, it's how you connect the result with the data. So in engineering, you usually are fine with optimizing a system to improve what you have before. And if you improve it, they say, the chief engineer will say, can we do it better? In science, when you said, I made it, here's the result, you ask why this result is given. So it's a little different. So if you have to make a compelling argument that connects data with an hypothesis, then you cannot have black boxes. You cannot have black boxes in the middle. So you have this typical idea with Legos, where you have data collection, data preparation, data visualization, and data analysis. And both in engineering and science, you have to do all this stuff. But when you get to the storytelling must be very compelling, not complete, but very, very compelling in order to other scientists to believe you. So that's why it's very important to work in explainable AI and XI if you are applying machine learning to make scientific discoveries. So this explainable AI has been studied a lot. So you have like these three ideas that need to be covered in explainable AI, which is transparency, explainability, and probability or provability, to make the difference with probability with capital with the other B. Okay, so you have to have certain information about the certainty behind your decisions. You need to have not only, as in transparency, how the machine works, but also how the relationship between the decisions are made, so the reasoning behind this. So how we usually measure the quality of a machine learning algorithm, it's with these standard metrics. You can have precision, recall, F1, typically accuracy. From computer science or artificial intelligence, you know that accuracy is not enough and you need precision, recall. You can have this confusion matrix and ROC curve and all that. But the problem with this is that they are focused not in the scientific problem and not in connecting the results with the logic that it's behind a compelling argument, but just to try to optimize things. Yeah. So you need here to have another view in order to convince a scientist that the result that an AI algorithm give you. So in regression, the slide before here is classification. In regression, you have things like the absolute error, and the minimum square error, and so on. And you can draw the curves and having quantities that you can compare and try to optimize again. But the problem remains. Typically, in regression, scientists are more akin to this type of measures, but they're still not with the quantities they need in order to connect that to certain hypotheses or certain theory. So what I want to do today is to show you a few works, both in deep learning and non-deep learning, on how to try to make these arguments compelling and not staying just with the vanilla or the off-the-shelf algorithm that can help you very well to work with Google Images, but not, for instance, with medical images, okay? I will talk about the old days of machine learning, so excited for science without neural networks, and these old days are like 2019. So here is a work that we have made for astronomy, in particular for the clamping problem. So in telescopes like ALMA, you have not only an image like here, but also you have a very rich spectrum of information. And also, when you think about astronomy, you think about stars. Here you are looking to the gas and dust of the universe, which have complex structures, usually complex and fractal. So in this work that we make with Professor Torres here, we try to make clamping algorithms, which are basically a way to understand better the stellar formation and the galactic formation of stars and galaxies. These are huge data cubes, and the original approaches were probably drawn not from machine learning, but from computer vision, where they just do pixel segmentation. This pixel belongs to this group, okay? And we thought that's not enough. Scientists told us this is like very arbitrary, so what we have made is to use Gaussian mixture models in order to estimate or to quantify the signal, the flux, and then make hierarchical combination of this using basically new Gaussians. So we start with a very large Gaussian prior, a very large Gaussian set of Gaussians, set of models, and then we combine them in order to produce a hierarchical clustering of this. And we made this with things like moment-preserving operations, and the criteria to make this was with the Kullback-Leibler divergence. And this is very, very nice because now a certain pixel or voxel in a 3D cube now belongs to several different groups. So the contribution of one pixel belongs to several of them. And also, you can have here the whole logic of how one of these groups were made. So this is transparent, this is explainable, this is probable. Also, it's probable because you can know the error that it's in each one of these and compute the probability. So you can actually compute how much more flux that you have in a certain data and how less information that you have due to these approximations. And that's much more in the domain of the astronomer, okay? So this was very nice. It's domain-based metrics here. But then deep learning arrived to our lives. I get into deep learning very, very late. And for instance, I have seen recently an interview of the Turing Award winner, Geoffrey Hinton, Professor Hinton, that he says that, well, we do not understand how large language models or visual models work. And the interviewer asking, why you have designed that? How you cannot understand that? And he said, okay, we understand how they learn, but when they get complex, it's similar than trying to understand your brain. It's very complex, and we understand the basic rules, but not the complex rules that are involved. So trying to explain every step of a neural network will be impossible. And we have to get along with this, okay? Because engineering has progressed a lot, and the networks are there and have a very good result. So here we have another work for, in this case, astroparticle physics with collaboration with the physics department here. And the problem here is to try to get this partial shower of particles that happen with a cosmic ray or gamma ray hits the atmosphere. So it hits the atmosphere, it produces a lot of other particles and a very complex process, and due to a Cherenkov effect, it produces a certain light that can be partially observed by several telescopes. So the vanilla way to do this was, to this point, or the traditional way was, okay, we want to see gamma rays, and we have also another particles, so we make a classification algorithm using machine learning, but unsurprisingly using random forest, which is one of the most interpretable one, okay? Because physics trusts this type of algorithms. But the regression of which was the energy and the position was made just with geometrical basically fitting. You fit an ellipse and then compute a few parameters and then combine them together from the different telescopes to get an idea. So of where the particle is and which is the energy. So what we have made is to present a neural network based in an encoder-decoder idea. And the decoder produced a probability map now. So it was this question about if in a Bayesian model you have to assume Gaussianity or not. If you do a probability map, then there is no distribution. It's a non-parametric distribution. So you can do this without problems. And then you can combine them, because they are conditionally independent, you can combine them just by multiplying them. So each telescope produces one estimate, one distribution over the physical parameters, then you can multiply them and get a very precise solution by combining them. And if you just have one telescope triggering, just one telescope giving you data, then you will have something like this, and the scientist can say, okay, I do not trust this because the distribution is too broad, okay? So here's the architecture. You have an encoder-decoder structure with logic. It's not very too complex. It's a very normal way to do it, like in computer vision. But the interesting part is that you have a probability distribution here. So the secret for me for working with science projects is that you need to give more data to the scientist. So you need to have complex data structures as an output. And that makes a lot of challenges in terms of how to make a loss function here, for instance. Okay, and here we have the results that for this talk is not very important, but we actually can combine all the telescopes and get better results that just combine it like geometrically. More interestingly, we have also worked in semi-supervised strategy, because all these results are by complex Monte Carlo simulations. And for this telescope, new data will arrive, but the data is not labeled. So we have made this semi-supervised strategy which can help to, here is the internal layer of the classification between protons and gamma rays. And you can divide them, and for instance, these ones are the ones that are misclassified, and you have a space where you can understand what is happening with the network. So it's a little bit of explainable AI. But more importantly, and this is very, you cannot see very well, here is like a correlation matrix with the original parameters. If you remember, we said that you can have this type of parameters that are geometrically generated. So we connect the result of the network with the parameters that the physicists, in this case, actually use. So now they can understand each one of the results, each one of these points in this embedded space, what they mean. A little bit more, at least. It's still complex because it's not like one only of these dimensions correlates completely with one parameter, but it helps you to understand what you are seeing in this type of embedded places. Okay. At the end, where it's more trendy now, we can use XI for deep learning in other fields, like, for instance, radiology in this case. So here, this is work in progress. We are trying to make an assistance for a radiologist practitioner that do not classify directly certain computed tomography, but present similar cases to the one that I'm seeing. That's very common in clinical debate, where you present a similar case to the one that you're seeing in order to make a diagnosis. So here, it's like the extreme case. You are not giving a percentage of or a value that tells you how good things are working. For instance, a hospital here in Santiago have bought from China a system that with X-rays, they can estimate if a person have or not COVID in the middle of the COVID crisis. I already have it. And the thing with that is that it was not very useful at the end, because it has a very good 99.8% of accuracy, but they can do the same with a normal test. And they hoped that this kind of tools can give you a little bit more insight of what they are seeing in order to give the proper treatment, or give or to classify better different COVID patients. So here, what we are trying to give is to try to make a similar embedded space where you can track similar cases based on based directly on the text that the practitioners have wrote. So you have the diagnosis, the report, the diagnosis report, and from the diagnosis report we make with the NLP, we get different flags, and with these flags we train a machine that could give you which ones are cases that are similar. And these cases that are similar have their own diagnosis and have their own development. So that it's the more explainable AI that you can have. Yep. But still, after they say, okay, this is similar, yeah, I can see that it's similar, but how much similar is this due to the condensated things that I'm seeing, or but the nodules that I'm seeing? So the scientists will always ask for more information. So that's why now we are working in techniques like GradCam and things that can show you, as Luis has shown or Raquel has shown, that shown you why these two exams are similar. Okay, and that way the practitioner can make a diagnosis with more trust in the system, even though he cannot track, as in the first example, the whole logic that it's behind. But at least at the medical level, he can say, because of this part and this other part, I can claim that this person has this diagnosis and not this other one. So for me, the important thing about this talk was to give you a little bit experience of my experience of working with scientific projects, that you cannot try to get all the things, all the parts completely connected. You need to trust a little bit the system, but in the domain always of the scientist. You need the metrics to be in the domain of the scientist. You have to make that step from accuracy, from MSE or whatever metrics you're using, you have to change it to the domain of the scientist. And that's a huge part of explainable AI. So thank you very much.
So, yeah, there is a question there.
Hi, I have a question about the algorithms that prefer the scientific because you talk, well, I realized that in your presentation or in the other professor presentation, you didn't talk about transformers. Yeah. So that is because it's not a lot of interpretability about transformers, or is something about prefer or something else?
No, that's true. Transformers, even though the 2017 paper of Attention is All You Need have a few years already, transformers is still a topic that it's hard to track. Okay, this positional encoding structure that has transformer make another layer in each position that you have that makes the search space too huge. So I think things like GradCam or techniques like that in transformers has been made, but it's a hard topic in this moment. I haven't tracked the last, like let's say, this year or past year advances in that area, but at least in 2021 there was not much advances in GradCam interpretability, like visual interpretability in transformers. Also, these transformers are rather new, and large vision models are also rather new. So yeah, I think it's an important topic that is not fully addressed.
It's okay. Hello. Thank you very much, Mauricio. And I have a question, more curiosity about the accuracy, because you mentioned that like the main, focus in that. That means that you are looking more like the reduction in the errors, but then you test the error with some classical statistical method, or is something particular for machine learning just to reduce this accuracy to something that we can trust? Everything is about trust in data. You know?
Yeah. But you're talking about okay. The thing with the metrics, it's that it is known in machine learning that you have a lot of examples why accuracy is not a good thing. Usually when you have unbalanced data, it's like the classical thing that you learn in Machine 101. So you need all these other precision recalls, F1, etc. But other thing is like the loss function that you have, what you are trying to optimize. Usually there you add regularization, you add a lot of other guiding things, like from the more mathematical point of view, like Lagrange multipliers, where you add things in order to get yourself in a low dimensional space that can help you to better optimize things. So that's the kinds of trick that you do in order to not fall flat in that area. So I don't know if I get correctly your question, but it's like that.
So we thank Mauricio again. And well, I have to confess a mistake, because we have a last speaker now. So Joel Ignacio Fierro Ulloa, coming from the Centre Inria, Université Côte d'Azur, Biocore. Ignacio is a PhD candidate working at that center in Côte d'Azur, with collaboration with the Sargent Centre for Process System Engineering at Imperial College London. He studies mathematical models of microalgae-based process using different techniques, mainly ordinary differential equations. That's why the title of his talk is Neural Ordinary Differential Equations for Phytoplankton Modeling. So, please, Joel.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So, to begin with, I have to thank you, Inria Chile, for organizing this amazing Journées Scientifiques. I'm super happy to be here because it's special for me because I did an internship with Inria Chile, collaboration with Inria in France. And that's why I started a PhD. So the title of my talk, as the presenter already said, is Neurology for Phytoplankton Modeling. So the outline, I will start to speak why we are interested in phytoplankton, then how we model the light, how light influences the growth of microalgae or phytoplankton. I will speak about the study case with a flat panel photobioreactor. I will talk about a model, a hybrid model for wastewater treatment, and I will finish with some discussion and conclusions. So a bit of context, like the world is changing, especially with climate change. So temperatures are increasing, and some questions start to arise concerning this issue. As, for example, how the microbial ecosystem adapt to this change. So from acclimation to adaptation. Acclimation is a process that is reversible in time, and adaptation is a process that is not reversible in time. So for example, microalgae has the ability to change the pigment content based on the amount of light that they perceive. And another question is how this ecosystem can be used and tamed to mitigate our impact as humans on the planet. So I work in the BioCore team, which will change soon the name to Green Owl. So Green Owl means optimization for water-living microorganisms for generating renewable sources. So one of the objectives of this program is to study and understand the adaptability of these microbial species and develop an optimized process based on microalgae, based on bacteria, to recycle energy, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and how this can be used to reduce our impact as humans in our planet. And also to improve these methodologies to assess the impact on the environment of a product, service, or derive strategies to reduce this impact. So how? We use several tools like machine learning, modeling, control, simulation, optimal control, life cycle assessment to treat these topics. So why we are interested in phytoplankton or microalgae? So phytoplankton is an organism that is present all around the world, in the ocean, also in fresh water. So this organism is the basis of the food chains in the ocean. And they fix around the 50% of the carbon that we produce, the carbon dioxide that we produce as humans. So also they can be used to produce different bioproducts as food, feed, or pharmaceutical compounds, also to produce possible biofuels. So these microorganisms are cultivated in what we call photobioreactors. And these photobioreactors varies in shape, in size, and operation mode. And one of the key on these photobioreactors is the light. They need light to operate it. And also, the phytoplankton and microalgae has different conditions to grow. There are many, many different species that they grow in many different conditions. Temperature, light intensity, also the concentration plays a role. So we have two main things here. We have the photobioreactors and the species that we are cultivating the photobioreactors. Both are factors that affect highly the growth of the microalgae. So a bit of introduction of how microalgae growth photobioreactor is basically exponential growth. So we start with one single cell that divides, and the daughter of these cells continuously divides. So we express this in a simplest equation ever, that the evolution of the biomass, denoted by x in this case, is proportional to biomass. And this constant of proportionality, we call mu, is the growth rate. So this growth rate is affected by many factors, like temperature, pH, nutrients, light, biomass, oxygen concentration, and other factors. So in this example, I put it in blue all the factors that in literature we assume that is in perfect mixing. What is perfect mixing? Is the assumption that the concentration inside the photobioreactor is the same. And also we assume that the biomass concentration is more or less the same. So there is not a gradient of biomass in the photobioreactor, for example. But this hypothesis is not valid for light, because there is a strong gradient due to the self-shading of the microalgae that we cannot ignore. Yeah? So because microalgae is using this light to do photosynthesis, and at the same time they have pigments that absorb the light. So what we can find in literature about the models that treat light, we have basically three types of models. The type 1 is when we consider the average life of the photobioreactor. We study the shape of this photobioreactor, where the light comes from, and we do an average doing some assumptions. And the other side, type 2 models, they compute the growth rate with the light at some point in the photobioreactor. We take all this information and we take an average. So the first type of model is average light, and we compute the growth. And the second type of model, we took the growth and we compute the average growth. And there is other type of models that let's call three types of models. What they basically do CFD simulations to track the light that this microalgae could perceive, and do also a sort of averaging to compute the growth rate of the microalgae. So type 3 models are super difficult to compute because we have to run CFD simulations that are very, very expensive. So we are going to focus on type 1, type 2. So to tackle this problem, we can also think about neural networks. We can think about mechanistic model. That, for example, if we talk about neural networks, they have a high accuracy, but they don't have a physical interpretation. And also they need a huge amount of data to be trained. On the other side, mechanistic models, they don't need a lot of data. They have a physical meaning, but they have this unknown parameter. So if we come back to the example of the equation of the growth, we don't know exactly how calculate the growth. We have to do some assumptions about this. So, but if we combine this, we have a hybrid approach, which is a neural OD. So to start with, I present you a photobioreactor. This is a flat panel photobioreactor. And this work is made in collaboration with Teherim Sid, Olivier Bernat, Yan Sheng, Gordon Britnitzer, and Jonathan Madle from the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. So, as I told you in the previously, type 1, type 2, they need information from the light inside the photobioreactor. But the light inside the photoreactor depends on the shape of the photoreactor. So in this case, particularly, the shape of the photobioreactor is not simple. It's has this curve that is, if we compute the average growth rate, is a headache. So in this photobioreactor was cultivated the microalgae Phaeodactylium trichotornum, which is a diatom, and was cultivated around 2 months in 180 liters. So this is 180 liters. It's a big photobioreactor. And the temperature was controlled, also the pH. And we assume that nutrients are not a limiting factor, that they have a lot of nutrients, so they can eat as much as they want. And in this case, online measurements were taken. So in microalgae, when we grow microalgae, to know the amount of biomass, it's not straightforward. Usually, you need someone with expertise to take a sample and then dry this biomass, and then know how much microalgae is inside the culture. It's not an easy task, but there is online sensors that assume some regularities inside the photobioreactor to approximate the biomass concentration inside the photobioreactor. So the data looks like this. You have the biomass concentration that evolves due to respiration, a process where microalgae takes carbon to do during the night usually. The biomass can go down also, not only grow. And also, they measure irradiance, the amount of light that is arriving to the to the photobioreactor. Also the temperature, but the temperature was mainly controlled, so it stays quite stable at 20 degrees. So the approach is then next is the simplest one. We replace basically the growth by a neural network. So this neural network receives the biomass concentration, the irradiance, and the temperature to predict this biomass. So we implement in PyTorch this model together with a numerical solver and together with a trainer. So this model receives the differential equation and the structure of the neural network. We use a simple one. It's 3 layers of 5 nodes each. And the numerical solver, what it does is take the initial biomass and the light temperature and the light and temperature history to solve this equation and get a prediction. Then the trainer takes this prediction, compared to the real data, and do the gradient descent step. So in our case, as we have the data light that is outside the system, we have to interpolate this data inside the numerical solver. So we write the Runge-Kutta methods, including this interpolation of the light and interpolation of the temperature. So we assume a certain regularity of this data. And we have to solve in batch these equations to have a better convergence of the algorithm. So to train the model is gradient-based method. Basically, we just compute the gradient, we do a step of gradient. So as we write this numerical solver in PyTorch, we're using tensors, and this is explicit form of Runge-Kutta. We can do the prediction, and then if we try to call the backpropagation, it's super simple because all the operation that we do is linear combinations of the dynamics of data. So we just do the prediction with our numerical method, then we compute the loss function, we do the backpropagation, and that's it. But this method is a bit inefficient because we have a lot of operation inside the numerical method. So there is another method which is called the adjoint method, where we treat this problem using Lagrange multipliers. We write the Lagrangian and we write the gradient based on the Lagrangian. So we solve the equation, and then to compute the gradient, we compute it with the lambda, which is the adjoint state of our system, and we solve a backward equation for lambda, and then we compute the gradient. This is much more faster than the direct method. So the results are quite good in terms of error and in terms of percentage. We have 5 batches. We use 3 for training and 2 for testing. So we got an error in percentages around 1%, less than 2%. But we realized a big problem here in this batch. We have a local inaccuracy where it was not decreasing the curve of our prediction. So we didn't capture the respiration process in the model with this growth. So what we do is to put more information to the model. So we take a type 1 model, which is it's called monod kinetics plus Beer-Lambert law, and we take into account the respiration rate. And now the role of the neural network changed completely. Now the role is to a plus term in the equation, which treats it like an error. So we have our pure mechanistic method consisted with the model kinetics plus Beer-Lambert law and the respiration rate. We train this model first, and then in a second step, we train the neural network to reduce the error between the prediction of this mechanistic model, which is type 1, and the real data. So results were good. We solved this local inaccuracy, but then we have another problem, overfitting. So until now, we don't have like a perfect model that has not this problem of local inaccuracy, that does not capture the respiration rate, and have a not overfitting. So another application that we are working on in Biocore, or GreenAll soon, is a model of wastewater treatment. So microalgae can be used to treat wastewater. So we put wastewater in this pool, which is powered by a paddle wheel, and mix in the culture inside, which is quite cheap. And the idea is that inside, microalgae will take the nutrients and will use it to produce biomass. So here there is a consortia between microalgae and bacteria. So the problem is a bit more complex. And we have data from 3 different places, from Narbonne in France, Milano in Italy, and Rennes also in France. And the model is based on first laws, conservation of mass, and also taking into account the growth of the bacteria and the growth of the microalgae. So the strategy here is to take the previous model, the ALBA model, and replace the parameters that are more affected by uncertainty with a neural network. So we also want to preserve some constraints, so physical constraints, and we apply this to this model. So we start with the first step where we pre-train this neural network using the rates of the previous model. And this is a static problem because we generate all the rates of this model, and we say to the neural network to learn this value. So it's like a classical train of a neural network. No, we don't need to solve an ODE to train this part of the model. And then using this starting point, we train a second time to compare with the real data, solving the equation. So other application of neural ODEs is that we can use it to find feedback policies. So if we think from the problem to monitoring, to estimate the values of predict something, what about if we have a model but we don't have the control? And then we wanted to use this approach to write this control as a neural network to have an optimal policy. So this idea has already been done. And for example, they use it to solve the problem of the inverse pendulum. Nothing to do with microalgae, you know? But what about control problems in microalgae? So the characteristic of these problems in microalgae is the presence of singular arcs in the controls. So if we have a photobioreactor, we can control the dilution. Most of the solutions have this structure of a singular bang problem. So we have singularities, and we have, for sure, discontinuities. And the problem with neural networks is that they are not so good to approximate functions that are not continuous. So this is our work that we are trying to work, how to solve this problem, how to tell to the neural network to predict these jumps in or detect the presence of the singular arcs. And another machine learning approach that is working in the team is together with the laboratory of oceanography of Villefranche to predict marine snow abundance with satellite data and with a machine learning approach. It's a work of Romain Ranini, another PhD student, and Lionel Guidi and Olivier Bernard. So what is marine snow, to begin with? It's dead organic matter that falls in the deep ocean. So it's rich in nutrients to the ecosystem on the sea. So this is a complex problem. Is related to what is Luis Marti is doing here in Inria, Chile, where we have two types of data. We have satellite data, which is we have a lot of this. It's high resolution in time and also in space. But the limitations that we only have the data from the surface. Marine snow is something that is falling in the water. So it's a high limitation of the satellite data. On the other side, the in situ data, it's taken by a boat that is doing experiments. They do the tests, but it's super sparse data. So we can have like a deep profiles, but just few points on the sea, which is also a problem, because usually to train a machine learning method we need a huge amount of data, and we have not so much compared to the size of the planet. No? So some conclusions. We offer more than a model. We offer a framework where we train different models. We can implement different structure for the neural network. We can also implement the classic training method from the neural networks. And there is this possibility to solve or to tackle optimal problems. And our open question is that we can use a similar approach as neural ODEs to tackle this kind of problems where we have this kind of data. And that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joel. So, yes, Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting presentation. Two questions, maybe one we can keep for the lunch. The first one is, what if we include some spatial gradients, and would you be interested in working with numerical softwares for the fluid?
Special what?
With gradients in space. So and I could sell my software if you want. No, but we will discuss that. Now, seriously, you mentioned when you mentioned the bang control, you said that the neural networks were not able to capture the irregularities, well, discontinuities. And can you elaborate on that? I was not aware of that.
Yeah, actually, I tried to do this approach in the first time. So we already solved this problem. And so I wanted to try this approach with the neural LEDs, and then I just realized I only get like smooth solutions for the controls. So then we started to review literature, and then I realized that actually neural networks are not so good to jump. There is some method to change activation function, for example, to do more prediction of the discontinuities, but a pure neural network with smooth activation function doesn't capture jumps and doesn't capture like discontinuities.
Yeah. I have perhaps a naive question, but in your equation about the microalgae, you consider an exponential solution for that. So the microalgae are always growing up. And how do you consider the action of the environment?
Of the environment, well, in this case, the environment, let's say, is the radiance that is outside, let's say. So in this case, like light is not evolving in the system. The system is just the biomass, and we treat this irradiance as an outside, as a data that is inside the neural network, but not in the system.
Yes, I understand that you are replacing, say, the environment for you is the neural network, but perhaps the basic equation for the microalgae should be a birth and death.
Yeah, so in this case, for example, we led to the neural network with the growth rate to guess the birth and death. Because if we consider respiration as the second example, here we are considering...
There you have a birth and death.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but
as the structure is always proportional to the biomass, the experience was let's let the neural network to guess this death.
Okay. So, any other question? I think that everyone is waiting for lunch time. Okay. So we will thank all the speakers again, and
so thank you, Ignacio Fierro, for his presentation, and thank you especially Rolando Rebolledo for your remarks and for chairing the scientific session 3.1. Thank you very much. You have done a great job. So, as Rolando said, now we are going to a nice lunch where you are going to have more opportunities for networking. I'm going to be looking at you. If you are not talking with other people, I'm going to push that situation. But the real announcement I need to tell you is that Jose, who is there with his huge camera, is going to take a beautiful picture of all of us in a place called the Patio de los Cañones, or something like that, Garden of los Cañones. People that from here can help me. So people that is from the house, they can guide us there. So I invite you to go take the picture, and then we are going to have lunch. And I will ask you to be punctual coming back. We don't have that much time, so around 2 p.m. we are going to be back here. So see you then. Bueno, vamos a